Oh, it's recording. Okay. So we're gonna give the mic to Brother Safiwe, who I believe is in the room. Are you there, Safiwe?
Alili,
Oh,
nice to
there
meet
he
you.
is.
I'm here. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. The floor is yours. So I'm gonna give it over to you.
Abene bin hamne yo ule. Igziabir masgan. I just said thank you, wise ancestors of the past in my Balanta language. And I thank the creator in Amharic, which is the language of Ethiopia. We want to invoke all of our great ancestors, known and unknown, who struggled to survive and thrive and get us to this point. I remind each and every one of us that our lives are not our own. Our bodies are only vessels carrying a life force energy that was passed from generation to generation. And therefore, we don't live for ourselves. We live for all the ancestors that came before us and for the unborn generations that are to come. So, Representative Cecile Johnson and I have returned from our mission to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, which is in high altitude. Those of us who know our history know that Ethiopia is a place of high history and high spirituality. And so that vibration is carried with us even until this moment and into this meeting, where we had promised that after this mission, we would come and report, give a full briefing to the African Diaspora Assembly and everyone that participated in the Provisional 6th Region elections. So tonight, this is the opportunity for Cecile and I, now that we've been settled and have had a chance to reflect on our experience, and forwarded some of the work that came out of Addis Ababa. We wanted a chance to just speak from our hearts, our souls, our minds, what we learned, our impressions, be able to answer questions and interact with all of you. And then most importantly, explain some of the path forward, knowing what we know now. So that's what tonight's meeting is for, in the hopes that we all come to some common, that we can share the experience, we all come to some common ground, and we can get some questions answered, and we have clarity on where we're going. So having said that, what I'd like to do is two things. One, we're going to do it a little bit reverse. I'm going to ask for anyone that has specific questions about what happened in Ethiopia, if you want to raise your hand and ask them. And then I'd like to give the floor to Representative Cecile Johnson to just talk about her experience. Then we can take some more questions. And then after that, I'm going to seal it up. Hopefully that's agreeable to everyone. So if there's any questions or any comments straight away, right in the beginning, we'll do that first. That way everybody's not just sitting here waiting to talk. Let's give everybody a chance to do that. And I see Sister Jasmine. Yes.
Greetings, good evening, and good morning, everyone. I know we're all tired.
Greetings.
1 o'clock in the morning. Oh gosh, I don't think y'all know how to spell sleep. I just in case I go and fall off to sleep, I needed to know, have the AU ECOSOC, have they sent the flyers yet? Or are they not?
Okay, so I'm glad you asked that. The answer to that question is no, they haven't sent the flyers yet. And if I can, let me pull this up and let me share my screen. All right. I'm a visual person and I like to show evidence of things. So let me share my screen. Sharing screen will stop other participants. Do you want to continue? Yes, I want to share screen. Share. All right. I think I might need permission to share screen. Let's try this again. Can the
Try
host
again,
give me
Sophia.
permission?
Yes,
Yeah,
try again. It
okay,
should
very
work.
good. All right. It's not letting me. It's giving me this strange message. I'll try one more time. It says starting share screen will stop other participants' computer sound share. Do you want to continue? Yes, I want to
Yes.
continue. And when I do that, okay, here we go. All right. So, if you can see my screen, you can see here, on February 23rd, I sent a follow-up. So first of all, on February 12th, you can see Raj, he's the desk officer for AU EcoSoc. Dear Mr. Baleka, following our meeting and referring to Mr. Caru's announcements for the hosting of a town hall session to shed light on the diaspora legal framework, and after the consultations held with your team on the proposed date and time that would be most suitable to our main constituents, we are pleased to share the link for the town hall session scheduled for Saturday, March 15th. So there's the link. That was the original email on February 12th. When I say we, myself, Sister Jasmine, and Representative Cecile, we decided we weren't going to share the link. We were going to wait for AU EcoSoc to do their flyer. Okay, so we waited a week. They had not completed the flyer. And so let's see if I can do this in order. On February 23rd, 11 days later, these are all the AU EcoSoc people. This is a follow-up to the emails below. How are we doing on the event flyer for the town hall on March 15th? That was on February 23rd. Okay. Then on March 2nd, after still not hearing from them, greetings, Raj. Again, we are following up with your email from February 12th that stated we will work on official flyers, posters for the announcement to be put on our various social media platforms as from next week. One of the issues we discussed was the lack of sufficient lead time in forming 6th Region Diaspora Civil Society of AU EcoSoc events in which they are supposed to be included. We have held back sharing the registration link for the town hall, waiting for the flyer. Please advise. So I sent that follow-up on March 2nd, and finally, on that same day, they got back. Greetings, we have just concluded the procurement of interpretation services, and we will roll out the adverts for the event during the course of the week. Kindly keep posted to our website and social media handles. So there you have your answer. No, so far, they have not posted the flyers, but they have indicated it should be happening this week. We already have the registration link, so as soon as those flyers are ready, we will circulate that with the registration link.
And ain't that town hall supposed to be on the 15th?
The town hall is going to be on March 15th.
What did the trip?
Oh.
Oh,
Okay,
just
I
want-
need for everyone to raise their hand and then we will call on you to ask your question. Raise your hand. And
my hand was raised for a long time, madam.
Okay, who was Comrade Akintunde?
That's me, madam.
Okay, yes, please ask your question.
Now, I'm unfamiliar with the Ethiopia trip, and I'm just asking if you would explain to me what the trip to Ethiopia represented and why Ethiopia and all that stuff. I'm just because I'm kind of behind in this stuff.
Okay, basically, the African Union 38th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State was held in Addis Ababa. What was it, 3 weeks ago? During this meeting, they were supposed to consider the draft legal framework for the African Diaspora's engagement in the Economic, Social, and Cultural Council. As we had initially organized elections to elect the 20 representatives from the African diaspora to be seated in the Economic, Social, and Cultural Council. And as a result of that campaign, a whole heap of things happened, good things and controversial things. It was decided that after the elections that a delegation composed of Representative Cecile Johnson and myself should go and meet directly with the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council to build the relationships, get answers to important questions, and figure out what we need to do during this AU theme of 2025, which is justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparation. So we sent a delegation to meet with the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council. So hopefully
That's explanation for me, comrade. Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions from any of our participants?
I do. Can you share, yeah, hi Superior. Can you share with us potential time zone, or will it be region specific, or can anyone in the diaspora join, meaning North America, Canada, Europe, Caribbean? Will they do some kind of a road show for different region, or it's just going to be one meeting wherever you are? You just have to join in their time zone. Thank you.
So great question. Right now, the African Union has just only announced and committed to having one town hall meeting on March the 15th at 1500 UTC time. Okay, so that's 3 o'clock my time. So I think it's we had to set, in fact, I sat down with the desk officer to figure this out. And hold on, before I answer that, can the host of the meeting, I'm getting all of the admins to the meeting. Maybe you can remove me from being co-host so I don't keep getting these these interruptions that are distracting me a little bit. So the meeting is going to be at 1500 UTC time. We chose this time specifically so that we can get all the people in the Western Hemisphere, as well as those African diasporas in the Eastern Hemisphere, to meet all at one time. This is intended to be an open meeting for the entire African diaspora 6th region. So it's one meeting. The intention is for AU ECOSOC to present all of its information regarding the diaspora's inclusion and the status of this draft legal framework and what it sees as the diaspora's role during this AU themed year. As you can see, they were waiting on the procurement of interpretation services, which means they're going to have real-time translation in English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and perhaps Kiswahili. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, well done, sir. Great job. I hope I'm glad to see your hard effort is bearing fruits. And so the presentation will be in English, then translated to different languages.
That's
To
my
be-
understanding.
Okay.
Translated in real time.
Okay, well done. Keep up the good work, my friend.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another question from Sehotep. You can unmute your phone, ask your question.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, greetings. Peace and blessings to your brother and to everyone here. First, I want to thank you and everyone that's representing our region in your efforts, your work, your commitment, your devotion, your dedication. And with that, the question I have is with your opening, and if your opening question was ever addressed as it pertains to the purpose of the EOC ECO. The purpose of the formation of the organization and which you were speaking at in the meeting. Um, Give me, I'm trying to get the correct enunciation of the acronyms of it, but I believe it's EEOC or EE.
Yeah, is your question, what is the purpose of the Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, ECOSOC?
Well, my question was, is that you addressed the gentleman who was the secretary as to what was his intent in inviting your participation, the region. You recall that, yes?
Oh, you're talking about from the presentation I made from the floor, and I was,
Yes.
in fact, I wasn't asking the head of secretariat. I was asking the woman who was wearing pink that day. She was wearing a pink outfit. She had stated that she was the principal drafter or played a major role in drafting the original ECOSOC statutes, which included Article 5, Section 3, which says African diaspora civil society organizations create your election modalities and elect 20 representatives. That was back in 2004. At that time, there was no diaspora legal framework then, and there still isn't one now. I had asked her, given the fact that there was no legal framework, what was the intention of writing that Article 5, Section 3? Did they, and I was hoping to get an answer, did they intend for us to actually do that even without a legal framework back in 2004, 2005, 2006? If the answer was yes, then that would have helped our argument by saying, well, if your intention was for us to do it back then without a legal framework, then why is not having a legal framework now an issue? We weren't able to get that far in the back and forth. And I never did get a straight. I talked to her after that exchange on the floor during the break. She was greatly encouraging on what we were doing, but I never got a straight answer to that question.
Okay, so that's what I was showing. So the matter is still unresolved then.
As to what was their original intention at that time, yes, it's still unclear or unarticulated.
Mm-hmm. So she was encouraged by what you're doing, and how does that encouragement play into perhaps helping to understand how your pathway forward is more clear?
Well, it's not, she didn't help bring clarity to the pathway forward, but it was a good sign that someone who was involved in writing the statute was so clearly supportive of what we are doing now.
Okay. All right. So I guess to wrap up is so are you pleased with where it is now, or do you see this as a matter that you still need more clarity on?
I don't necessarily need clarity going backwards. It's clarity going forwards. And as you're going to see later on tonight, when I get to that section, the mission achieved that, right? There's a very clear path on what we should be doing now. And when I say now, I mean the first half of this AU themed year, which is focused on reparations. We may never get a clear, sufficient answer to what they were thinking or what was intended back then. I will try to reach out to her again and raise the issue again and say, look, people were really interested that you never answered this question. Can you answer it for me now? I'll try to do that. That's less important to me now after having met with the AU ECOSOC personnel and understanding where we are now, where they are now, and where we are as the 6th region. It's not as important to me now as it was when I asked the question.
Well, that's the only thing that matters to me is where you are now, because I understand that you are only asking the question as a basis to have a point to pivot from moving forward. So, so I get that. So, as long as you're clear, that's all that matters to me as to, how you're going to navigate moving forward.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that a little bit later tonight too.
Okay, all right, I yield.
Mm.
Thank you for your question. Oh, we have another hand. Brother Abdul, you can unmute your line to ask your question. Are you there, Brother Abdul? You can unmute.
Comrade Lukeman,
Free the land.
by any means.
What was that lady name? And what was her position in the AU?
I don't remember her name off the top of my head, but we can find it out. It won't be that difficult. Her position at the time of the drafting, she was part of the committee that drafted the Economic, Social, and Cultural Council statutes. I have her contact. I just can't remember her name off the top of my head.
Okay, my other question is, since we only have like a week and a half, or probably less than a week and a half before March the 15th, is it significant that we because if they wait till like a couple of days before 15th to send the flyer out, is it significant that we try to hurry up and get a lot of people to go, or is it just crucial that we just have key people there like our elected representatives and whatnot there at the town hall? How would that play? Because if they putting us into another crunch situation, then it's kind of don't seem too good for the home team, huh?
I'm less concerned with that. I don't feel that they're putting us in a crunch situation because this is the reason why I have already announced that the meeting is going to take place on March 15th at 1500 UTC time. So everybody's already informed to be ready to meet at that time. Now, ideally, I'd love to see over 1,000 people in that meeting from all 9 subregions. That would be validation and vindication of our efforts to what? Educate the masses of the people and get them interested. If AU has a meeting and it's the most people that show up and there's over 1,000, then that is evidence that we ran a good campaign and got people interested. Now, it's important too that key stakeholders all show up. And as you're going to see from my presentation a little bit later, right, the path to 6th region Ubuntu unity is going to require all the legacy organizations in the 6th region space to agree on a united pathway forward. So it's both. We need lots of people to show up for that meeting, and we need all the key stakeholders. Everybody that's been paying attention should know by now that that meeting with the AU EcoSoc, which our campaign provoked, because let's be clear, we have been trying to get answers. We, meaning various actors in the 6th region, have been trying to get answers from AU EcoSoc, trying to get open meetings, and it hasn't happened until now. And so the campaign contributed greatly to them being willing to meet with the entire 6th region, procure interpretation services so that we can all meet at the same time, which is important because, you know, we have issues with people getting information before other people. No, everybody all at the same time under one big tent, all the different languages. That's significant. And that will be an early marker of this AU themed year, where the diaspora actually met with AU EcoSoc, which holds the portfolio for this year. It was not originally scheduled to happen, and we made it happen so that the diaspora could give their input and play a significant role in the events this year. So hopefully that answered your question.
Hands raised.
Okay, where's our host?
My hand's raised.
Yes, hi, brother, comrade, Akintoday. Can you go ahead and answer your question? I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
my
ask your
yeah,
question.
my question. Hey, I apologize for my tardiness to the subject. I really don't understand the full implications behind what this represents for us as new African people in America, and exactly what its ties to the African Union is. Are we considered a member of the African Union now, or can you please explain to me a little bit?
Okay, so I did ask people to come to this meeting prepared, having read the basic documents. I'm going to try to answer this real simply, but there's a lot of, as you admit, you're coming to this kind of late, so you're not quite up to speed. And I'm going to give a basic answer, hopefully. Listen, for as long as we can remember, our great heroes and sheroes had said that our destiny is tied to the Pan-African goal of unity. There is strength in numbers. And if we want to defeat the system of white supremacy, if we want to defeat the system of colonialism, neocolonialism, if we want to defeat all of that, it's going to require building, controlling, and deploying sufficient counterforce or sufficient compelling force that can come when the natural sovereignty inherent in each African person is combined into an entity or unit that is the vessel to receive and coordinate our sovereignty. Now, the African Union is just one project to make that happen. It's not the only one, but it is the project where African powers, through heads of state and governments, are already in an intergovernmental association that is short of having its own sovereignty. Sovereignty still rests with each individual AU member states, and it still rests with other Black or African states that exist, for example, in the Caribbean region, if you consider Jamaica, Haiti, etc. Then there are peoples like New African people, right, who have a provisional government, of which I happen to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that is not recognized by international society. And there are many African people or people of African descent living outside the continent who do not have their own state structure to represent them. The African Union in 2003 amended its constitution to include such people that it refers to as the African diaspora. So the significance of this is, for the first time since the Battle of Adwa, the victory of Adwa, when it was only Ethiopia defending African sovereignty, since then there has been an African liberation independence movement where more and more states achieve their independence and are in the process of developing some kind of united African states that would have enough sovereign compelling power to withstand neocolonialism. We, the African diaspora, are to play a role in that. And one way we do that is by accepting the invitation, the Article 3Q Amendment invitation, right, to be a part of the African Union. Now, I was there when, personally, I was the only African diaspora in the room when they extended that invitation. So it's been epigenetically encoded in my being. It's why I carry the spirit to make sure that the spirit of it is fulfilled. For 20 years, it hasn't been fulfilled for various reasons. But this is the moment where we can finally make that happen. So that's what I want to say about
Well,
That's
and
the
now
significance.
I got one more. I want to try to add questions there because okay, so is the African diaspora in America being represented by the provisional government Republic of New Africa, or how's it? So how's it being represented as a nation state?
So the African diaspora is defined as people of African origin, regardless of their citizenship or nationality, right? People of African origin living outside the continent who desire to help build Africa, okay? There is no official entity or representative that represents the entire African diaspora 6th region. What there are various entities, civil society organizations, businesses, quasi-state actors, that are all part of what is called the 6th region. Okay, now to the question, if you're concerned about Republic of New Africa, well, the fact that I'm Minister of Foreign Affairs and I'm heavily involved in this means that the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa is heavily embedded in this. But the PGRNA does not represent the diaspora in these things. We are just one entity along with many others, which are trying to form some kind of united front this year so that the diaspora can speak in one voice. So what I'd like to do now, hold on, what I'd like to do right now as moderator, I don't want to continue down this path. Me and you can have a question and answer, and I can take whatever other questions you may have, and I can help answer them. But there are some other hands up, and I want to get those questions, and I want to get the floor to Cecile. So your questions are good. Hopefully my answers were good enough at this point, but to go deeper into that, I'll spend time with you one-on-one to do that. Good enough? All right. I see Portia's hand is raised.
Yes. You can unmute your line.
Thank you so much. Many greetings, elders, excellencies, human rights defenders, all. I'm talking lowly because it's 1 a.m. and I'm in a compound, so I feel Ambassador Jasmine's point. Excellency Baleka, I asked a clarification, and it's asking you because you posted about it. On the 18th of February, on the African Union ECOSOC website, and I'm quoting just a little bit, exciting news for African civil society in the diaspora. The African Union Executive Council has adopted the harmonized accreditation mechanism, streamlining how CSOs and diaspora groups engage with the AU, making participation more structured, inclusive, and impactful, in the quote that I'm reading from. I listened to the recording and I was confused. And I would like to get your take on what was just stated. And I'll drop the link in. As I mentioned, I know you've commented on, so I would like to get your pure view about what exactly that means, because I listened to the recording and I did not get clarification. Thank you.
Okay, great question. So I'm sharing my screen so that you can see this. All right. The AU ECOSOC has finished its process that allows civil society organizations to have consultative status. Okay? And if you go to this AU Civil Society Organization National Chapters portal, you can register your organization. For example, I have started that process. Okay, so you can see my Balanta Barasa organization, my areas of expertise, registration details, contacts. This is the beginning, right, of registering a civil society organization to have consultative status. That means you can attend meetings as an observer, a non-voting member who just simply attends meetings and observes. In that registration process, you're going to have to upload a lot of documents that I haven't finished doing. So that February 18th announcement that you were talking about refers to the fact that they have completed that engagement process in that portal. That is entirely separate from having representatives who sit as voting members in the formal AU Economic, Social, and Cultural Council General Assembly, which has just started its fourth four-year session. So two separate engagement processes. AU ECOSOC announced that they completed the one for consultative status, but it has not put in place the draft legal framework for our inclusion as full voting members of the General Assembly. Does that answer your question?
Exactly. Thank you. We're on the same page, but I just needed to hear another voice. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
All right. So right now, I don't see any other hands burning to ask a question. So let's take a break on the question and answer.
Fraternal greetings.
Okay, we do have another question. All right. Give thanks.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
greetings and love to the family of African
Blessed.
unity and African ancestry. Now, I heard you make reference about the 15th of March. What time will that? You hear now?
Okay,
Did
you're
you hear
going,
what I asked?
Rasa Aya, you're going in and out, so I didn't hear your question other than what time is the meeting?
I was asking what time is the meeting, and I heard you make reference about the meeting for the 15th of this month, March. But I'm located in St. Kitts and Nevis, that's in the smallest independent state in the Western Hemisphere. So we like to know what kind of time factor we will be working for when that meeting starts at the town hall. If thanks.
Okay, so once again, the meeting is March 15th at 1500 UTC, which is Universal Time. We all have access to the internet, and anyone can go and convert UTC time to whatever time zone you live in. So whether it's GMAT, Eastern Standard Time, Central Standard Time, Pacific Standard Time, it's your responsibility to convert 1500 UTC time to your time zone. I don't have that off the top of my head, but 1500 is 3 p.m. UTC time. And it
It's
looks like
10 a.m. Eastern, so then
Okay.
it's 9 a.m. Central. And for sure, when we finally get the notice, we will put the times because it does make a difference. Someone saw UTC and thought it was something else, so we will break it down for you. That way you know. So it's 10 a.m. Easterns, right? And that means 9 a.m. Central. And you know, right.
so.
Well,
Let's
this is something else again, please.
yes, I
Now, give thanks. And yesterday was the 129th anniversary of the victory of Battle of Ottawa. So I hope that we have something special recorded for remembering the ancestors of that battle against the Italian forces. Give thanks.
give thanks, and I'm glad you brought that up. We do have something recorded. In fact, yesterday I did an interview with Ethiopian TV, the English version, where we spoke for, I think it was maybe 25 minutes, maybe longer, on the victory of Ottawa and how that fits into the Dumda versus war from the perspective of the African diaspora. So I will share the link to that recording for those of you that missed it. But thank you for bringing that up, because that is the start of the modern African liberation movement with that victory. So with that, what I'd like to do now, there may be other people with questions. Hold them for right now. This is a good segue into Representative Cecile Johnson, who was elected as one of the 4 regional reps for the United States through the African Diaspora Assembly Provisional 6th Region elections. And Cecile, you know, we made this journey together, and it was an intense journey. We learned a lot. We did so many things with so many people. I believe that it's very valuable and important that the people hear from you directly about your experience, what you saw, what you felt, what you learned. So with that, I want to give you the floor to just speak freely about that.
Okay, greetings, everyone. Thank you all for coming. First, I want to do an official update because we had done that before where we talked about what we had accomplished. So it's important to understand that. And then I will talk a little bit about my experience and give some thanks to some Sister Jasmine who was there, who really helped us also. So when we went from the 10th, I think I got there the 9th, the 10th to the 18th, right? So we were there for a pretty long period of time. And it was fascinating that when I arrived at the airport, other than the visa fiasco, the Ethiopians started talking to me in Amharic or whatever other languages right? So everybody kept assuming that I was Ethiopian. And so I say this to say that the African sees us as themselves. It's the leadership at times that we have a challenge with right now. And that kept being reinforced everywhere I went, right? So when they see you, they know you, that we the same. And so that was very important. And then Addis was beautiful. It's my first time there, so I didn't know what to expect, but it was beautiful, right? So when we think of Africa, sometimes we don't have necessarily a perspective, you know, depending on what you've seen. But this city was really nice, and the people were very friendly, etc. So while we were there, that first day when we went to the AU ECOSOC meeting, there was a number of diaspora representatives. And I think that I know that there was a time when I think they asked how many diaspora in the room, and quite a few people put up their hands. I think that that was a moment that changed something, you know, because after we got a chance to talk to some of the officials, and there was a little pushback, but, you know, we were calm, polite, and kept expressing, you know, our desire to really just want some representation after 20 something years. I mean, the AU is going to be talking about reparations this year, and there's 20 seats that have not been filled. So how will we be represented? That was our concern. So I think they heard us, and they heard, you know, Sifiwe is like a walking encyclopedia. You all should really be blessed to think that this gentleman has dedicated so much of his life to this work, because at every level, when he was talking to them and we were talking to them, they could see that we were prepared. And I think that that also made a difference. So we didn't come to complain. You know, some of you have heard about the letter from last November that some people be sending all over the web. Come on, folks, time to stop that foolishness. We went, and they even said, well, we invited you, because they knew we were coming, right? So they invited us. They gave us the invitation so we could come in. And then they listened. They listened to how we felt. And in that session, I learned something. Sister Jasmine Rowe from SOAD, who's also EWF, who also is, I would call her the Queen Shashamani, right? She got up and she said something that I didn't even know. And she said that, imagine they've been there for 80 years, Rastafari, and still no citizenship, right? So in another session that we went to, because I feel that we were accepted that day. I really feel that way because people started inviting us to meetings that, you know, hadn't been posted, right? So we was going to the real meetings now. And when we went to the real meetings, you know, we got a chance to see some other perspectives. So what I learned when Sister Jasmine said that about 80 years, no citizenship. And then I learned that you could be a father, a Jamaican or, you know, from the diaspora, but your mother is Ethiopian and had you. And they still didn't consider that child, right? A Ethiopian, because both your parents have to be Ethiopian to be an Ethiopian citizenship. So the next day we went to an event where there were some people from the Belgium influenced parts of Africa, you know, DRC and Namibia and things like that. And I learned listening to them that they had that same problem too. So then I realized that it wasn't just us, the diaspora, that was blocked. It was even some of their own people born in their countries were having citizenship issues. So it kind of it didn't make me it calmed me a little. I realized that this problem was really deeper, you know, than we thought as it related to how we as Africans, like I said, when Africans see me, they welcome me. But here were these Berlin Conference colonial administrations that are now allegedly independent, and they were actually doing the same thing, right? Perpetuating that same thing against us and even some of their own people. So we presented with the AU ECOSOC, and we were able to, as you can see, you heard from Sifiwe, get a meeting on March 15th. And that was from Sifiwe meeting with them the next day at one of our other meetings. And, you know, really just having that one-on-one with some key players. So us being there, there's none of this we could have done from where we are, not knowing who the key players were, and then meeting them, and then them being receptive to having those one-on-one conversations. So that really helped us to get that March 15th date where the AU ECOSOC will be talking to the whole diaspora. That's never happened before. So we consider that a true victory, right? We participated and with consultations on amplifying voices and building alliances through reparatory justice. That was hosted by ECOSOC on the February 11th. And that was very good. It had like 5 different categories. And so Sifiwe, because of his background, participated in legal. And because of my love, I truly believe that much of the damage that has been done to us is for failing to have an African-centered education that unites us as a people, right? Coming from the British West Indies and watching how anywhere you went in the Commonwealth, when you were doing, say, O-level exams, everywhere you went, you could just continue. So that needs to happen in Africa. In Africa, things are just so, you can go from one border to the next. They don't even sometimes accept each other's educational standards. And then, of course, how we are perceived and written about in history, et cetera. So I sat on a committee with others, and in that committee, I learned a lot too. So here it is in Ethiopia. They learn their language up to high school, right? And then when they go to college, it's in English. And many of them haven't learned English. So, you know, I mean, what's that all? So I was beginning to see that, you know, within even themselves, they have their own challenges. So we were able to offer a number of suggestions to that group. And I was able to meet a lot of people and set up another group where we'll begin to continue to have this conversation about what that should look like. Then we participated, well, that was the group, the repertoire, the continental strategy meeting, right, for repertory justice. So that was good. So there will be a follow-up where we haven't received the notes yet from that meeting, but that will be interesting once we do get it. And so Sifiwe was able to establish an ACHPR Resolution 616 coordination group. He'll talk to you a little bit more about that, to serve as an administrator for his WhatsApp group. And that included, we met a number of the lawyers who are representing, who will be representing, I guess, Africa. And I think that some of them could learn a lot more, right? Sifiwe's frame of reference, starting with the 1452 Dum Diversus and things like that. And so again, the level of scholarship that we brought to each group that we were in, I think people really liked that, right? So they could see that we was genuine. We came, it was not just about our interests. We talked about how we and Africa could be one. That Pan-African spirit was really alive, and it was beautiful. For me, it was beautiful. Sifiwe was able to talk about Dum Diversus and that 1452, and I think that resonated with some of them, right? Now, one of our up moments was Sister Jasmine Rowe from SOAD, who was also, like I said, EWF and Rastafari. She was a tremendous help. Through her, we met so many other people. We were able to travel around, and she speaks the Amharic, so we were able to, just move more smoothly. Because when you're a tourist in a foreign land, what that can look like. And then we went to Shashamane, and so we were able to see some of the infrastructure going to Shashamane, and then in Shashamane, right? She kept saying Shashamane is like Gaza, but that's only because they're doing some road repairs. But other than that, it was a lively, boisterous town, different types of people. And because Rastafari always talk about Shashamane, for me, it was like, wow, to just be there, So I appreciated that visit, Sister Jasmine. And I appreciate the amount of history. We learned that sometimes we in Jamaica, there is a direct connection with Ethiopia. And so she was giving us the history of that. And that's something that we can, begin to share in the future with Sister Jasmine. But for me, this trip, planned. I got my ticket one day, and the next day I had to travel. So it was a bit hectic. But I feel like it was a godsend. Sometimes when you do this kind of work, you just have to move with the spirit. And so we moved with the spirit. And I feel like the outcomes that we accomplished was something that were really could not have happened had we not gone. So it was worth the sacrifice. I think that the foundations that we have laid, I was able to also attend an event with Jeffrey Sachs on the Monday before I left at the University of Addis Ababa, where they were actually launching SDG Center, Sustainable Development Goals for the whole of Africa. And so that was interesting, to see who was there, government officials, et cetera. And I got a chance to meet professors and grad students and others. And so that was another good connection. And then I was able to also meet another African diaspora group. Sifiwe had left. So this is Sister Jasmine connecting me with some people. And we made a great connection there where we talked about some of the steps that needed to happen. So what I can say to you is that it's clear that we must build relationships, and relationships don't happen overnight, right? It takes time because trust is needed. And because of the relationships that we've not had in the past, and, word of mouth and how some people, carry on, it makes it a little difficult. But I would encourage all of you to believe that the Pan-African spirit is alive and well, and that we, the diaspora, have an important role to play in that, and that you be encouraged to realize that all the major players should come to the table. So if we had got them to the table, then we had that little fiasco, right? And so some people got nervous. But listen, folks, this is our lives and our future, and we really can make a difference with that. And so I want all of you to not get caught up in any more negativity, with whatever, hearsay, right? Because we're producing the receipts, we're showing you results, right? And so looking forward to being able to sit at a table point on the reparations issue. And I would encourage people to be thinking about what that looks like, right? That's how you can use your time productively. Looking at, well, what should that look like? Because we know that that's going to look different for different people, right? And so for the brother who asked, about the time frame. I agree, brother. That's why we're telling you March 15th, 10 a.m. Eastern, right? That universal time, whatever that m 1500 universal time, but 10 a.m. Eastern. So just convert it, and we will convert it for you. And prepare yourself. Is there any questions that you need to ask? I feel that ECOSOC finally respected us. That's how I feel, you know? Finally answered. So why it was important to us. Good Lord, 22 years later, folks, come on now. It's very important to us. And because they're having that conversation this year, it's really a start, because the reparation conversation is going to continue. But by them having that conversation this year, that yes, the diaspora wants to know why we're not sitting at the table. And so, we learned that ECOSOC is actually working on something for protocols, so hopefully by the time we come around to the next time the African Union meets this year, but they are actively working on something. And so what we did was perfectly within our rights, right? We, the diaspora, have every right to organize itself. And that's what we did, So please, any more fear mongering. Do the two of us look like we got time to waste with foolishness? No, we don't, right? The real work is now ahead. I want you to begin to, share some of the videos with others, understand the issues. Sifiwe has done a lot of blogs, right? And yes, some of them are wordy. They are. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're wordy. You just have to read them. You have to read them because it really is hidden in the books, right? It really is hidden in the books, right? So I really encourage you to do that. And they've been very factual and very helpful. Even for myself, imagine I'm a student of self-determination and all of these things, a human rights defender, went through a lot of training. I'm gonna tell you this, in the presence of Sifiwe, I realized how much I didn't know, right? So one thing I would encourage some of you is there's a course that he has that's really preparing us for this diplomatic work we're going to have to do. And I encourage those of you who are in organizations to find the funding to take one or two of you, because when we understand the history, when we understand what happened and how we've been outsmarted, right? And why? Because the whole legal system needs to be decolonized, right? But you won't understand that concept till you begin to understand what really happened and who we really are. Then you will be able to come to the table, and no matter who them send that to, you can handle it yourself, right? And so going to Ethiopia and watching, observing, and speaking, I was very happy to have been campaign and to have Sifiwe as our campaign manager, but also happy to represent us in the diaspora. They know I'm from Jamaica, but to represent the United States and the work that we are doing over there, And I think that they were happy that we took the time to come. So I want to thank all of you who made that possible and supported us in this, because it really did make a difference. Your support did make a difference.
Cecile, that was excellent. I have 1 minute to reorder some more internet, so I'm about to get cut off. But perhaps you could talk, the whole time we were there, the event was foregrounded by Marcus Garvey and his pardon. And we also had a chance to work with Geta Chow, who's on the call tonight, who's making a movie about Garvey. Talk about the role that Garvey's spirit played in our experience.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Oh, how could I forget that? We were interviewed by Geta Chow, a filmmaker that we met with, and he was doing a documentary about Marcus Garvey. And so he was able to interview Sifiwe and myself about that. And I really appreciated that, because some of you may know that I've done presentations on Marcus Garvey, and I'm writing some kind of curriculum, a book, right? Because there's just too much that we don't know 100 years later, right? And it was beautiful because some of the things that, the questions that were asked of us by Get to Shoot, You know, he came based on our personal experience. We were able to share something. So one of the things I was able to share with him is he had asked about Marcus Garvey and the emperor, right? As Rasta always say, Marcus Garvey disrespect the emperor when the emperor when he had been invaded from Italy, and he had left and gone to England. And Marcus Garvey was upset that he had left, right? But Getachew said, well, even within the royal family, there were some who felt that the emperor should have stayed. Okay. So I said, and he explained, right? But more importantly, I was able to pull up an article that I had found in my research that showed, and it was written by a Ras. And the Ras began to explain that, when you think about this, Marcus Garvey was a leader with 6 million people, but no land. And the emperor was an emperor of a whole empire, right? So the way that they process how and what they should do would be different, right? And so what the Ras was really saying is there's no reason to hold up Marcus Garvey for what he said, because he was coming from a different perspective, right? As a landless leader, but a leader nonetheless. While the emperor had to think about other considerations, right? And did come back victorious. And so when Rasta or others choose to take little points out of history and make them more insignificant that make us fight one another, I have to say no. So Getachew's perspective was very important. And I really appreciated that. I say, wow, okay. So even within the royal family, they were saying, some said you should stay, some say you should go, So so that was fascinating. And so we were able to, participate, and we'll be part of that film that he's making. And like I say, it was wonderful to see an Ethiopian doing something about Marcus Garvey. And so the spirit of Garvey was just alive in that whole event, and that was like icing on the cake. That interview with him, we were like, wow, because that wasn't even planned. So I want to thank Getachew for that opportunity. And I want to thank Ambassador Yah for inviting us to his house. That's how we met Getachew. So it was just like that, it was just a move in our spirit. And from the moving in the spirit, the ancestors and God. I am a spiritual person. Jah just opened doors for us and put us where we were supposed to be. So I hope that answers your questions, if you will.
He went to top up his credit, sis.
Yeah, he went to. So Sister Jasmine, I just want to shout you big up, because without you, it would not have been what it was, And it's the history that you gave us, and all of that was just really fascinating. There's so much that we have to learn about each other, folks. And when we, the diaspora, say that we are, we want to go home. Some of us want to go home, right? We're able to show through history exactly where our home is, And so this quest for a common education, educating us more about our issues, who we are, our history, is so important. Sister Jasmine, like Sifiwe, is another walking encyclopedia, and real live with what's like to be Ras on the ground in Ethiopia, and she has built an excellent reputation with government officials and others, and so she has helped to make that transition for us, the diaspora, smoother, and is actually an example of when we think about this transition, that we have to make. We need people like that. We need people like Sister Jasmine in each location, So So from a people to people, we couldn't have done it without her. From day one, she was just like there with us, you know, and helped us a lot. And then all the others, you know, Maria, there was just some other people that Sifiwe had known along the way who were really, people were just very kind to us, and facilitated our getting around, understanding who was who and what. And so we're grateful. Do you have any other
Thank
questions?
you. It was nice having you all here as well.
Yes, and I know it's very late there, but but you're a champion, always, always.
Yeah, work.
Free to
Can
land.
I
That's what-
just say something
Yes, please.
pertaining to the 15th? You know, seeing you both here has made me realize that the same problems that we are having on the African continent as African diaspora, you know, it's the same in the diaspora. The land grabs, the demolition of properties without knowing why. You know, you're told a story and you believe that story and say it's development. You know, I mean, obviously we have a land grant here, and obviously maybe in places like Jamaica, Haiti, you find that you're losing lands. You're losing a lot. You don't seem to have any rights anymore. And you know, like I'm doing the report on what's happening in Ethiopia. There are others who's gonna do Ghana, Tanzania, and so on. I would recommend that you know, ones-on-ones look at the situation that you're in to be able to have something written down, because the segregation outside means that people are suffering in silence. And the year of say the reparations then for people of African descent, we do need to make sure we are inclusive with the situation that we are living in, wherever we are. So I would make sure that we have things pertaining to where you are to bring at the table as well. I know we do want to ask questions, but we want answers. So we have to put our situation there in order to get some of the answers. You know, okay, everyone? So be ready, do the preparation ready for that day.
Mm-hmm.
Give thanks.
Yes, give thanks. Sister Jasmine is very correct, right? Some of you may know my work. I do research on Afro descendants, on Black people in the United States. And there are certain key things, you know, when it comes to human development, the Human Development Index, you need to understand about what's going on in your place. So if you want to talk about the impact that slavery has had, you need to show how that has impacted even till today, right? And so you look at development index, you look at education, you look at life expectancy, you look at economics, right? How well are they doing economically? And human ask, how are the people doing, right? So many times people tell you how your economy is doing well, but when you look at how Black people doing, they're not doing so well. So I would encourage you to look at one or two of my presentations, look at some of the key areas that I focus on, and more importantly, what is important to you? What is really hurting you right now? We know we have in Jamaica, we have a lot of crown land. A lot of people have no land. They want to call the people squatters. And Fui land. Crown land belong to the king or the queen. Really? Really? In the year 2025. So that's an issue. And we did see some of that in the city with Addis, where, you know, people were being moved out, so big, you know, buildings and whatever was being created. So some of this problem of gentrification is real in Africa too, right? And it's happening in Jamaica, and it's happening in our neighborhoods in Chicago and other places. So yes, as Sister Jasmine say, our issues are the same. They really are, right? And so the better you're able to explain your issue, then the better we're able to find solutions when it comes to this whole reparation issue, right? So this is time for you to do the work, right? Do the work, do the research, know your story, what's going on with you. And then more importantly, now that you know what the challenges are, what is the solutions, right? So the solutions can't just be aid like that they give us right now and then charge us how much for. No. Right? Yeah, the perpetrators have to pay. Right? And there's massive databases that know who these perpetrators are. So I was reading a document in one of the classes, and I saw where just think about this. At the end of slavery, the slave owners were given reparations right away. In the U.S., it was $300 per slave enslaved, while the enslaved, if they wanted to go to the Africa, they would get 100. Haiti was forced to pay reparations to France. Even more, it was for land as well as slaves, right? Enslaved. And it was even more than what it should have been. So when it comes to reparations from a white perspective, they have always made sure they was well taken care of, right? But it's for we, now they want to say, oh, time gone by. Well, the time went by because you didn't want to be fair at the beginning. So the more of us become educated on the real issues, and when we sit at these tables, we're not here to do no song and dance. So I need you all to be ready. You need to understand how these issues have impacted you and be able to voice that. And then more importantly, what does solutions look like for you? Because every location will have its own unique situation. So be ready to represent yourselves.
Actually, Representative Cecile, that's a good segue into this. One of the great issues in Addis Ababa for the whole theme of the year is how do we form a united narrative and a united reparations front from all the local, national, and regional reparations efforts? Because as you rightly said, you have all these different areas of harm and damage, right, to the person, whether it be medical or educational or social or peoplehood or scientific. You have all of those in each local, then in each nation, in each region. So I'm going to pivot towards that focus within not only the African Union as a whole, but within, for example, that continental strategy meeting that we attended, and specifically that workshop that I was in. I'm going to pivot to that. But before I do that, I see Bongo Wisely's hand, then I see Sister Katura's hand, and then I see Comrade Lukeman's hand. So let's go in that order. Bongo Wisely.
Yes, greetings, Rastafari. Grand rising to the family, as I greet ones in the name of His Divine Majesty, Kedemawi, Haile Selassie, and Empress Menen. Yes, blessed love. I give thanks for the opportunity to be on this platform at this time. Bongo Wisely Tafarai from the island of Ayanola or St. Lucia. Also the chairman of the Caribbean Rastafari organization. Yes, I want to start off first by, saying bravo to Queen Mother Cecil Johnson and Brother Sipiwe for, as they would say, kicking against the prick. Because there was some kind of I put it, divide and conquer strategy or mindset going around, indicating as well, like those who were pushing for the election of representatives were frauds and, things of that nature. But I give thanks, I've listened to one to other interviews which the I had over in Ethiopia, and I've heard the I even earlier on, So I give thanks that the IDEM was able to make that mission to Ethiopia and to be there in person and to bring forward such a report, that right now, yes, well, I've heard the question was asked in terms of, the controversy, but then I clarified it, Brother Sipiwe, in the sense that the ECOSOC at one time stated, yes, they did not have the process in place, but action has been taken. And the IDEM has been proactive. So it was never anything wrong as such that was done. But I give thanks. And well, the question I would like to ask now, in terms of the election of the other representatives within the diaspora, I think there are 9 regions, and of which the Caribbean is one. So from the Caribbean's perspective, you know, how do we go about, you know, identifying that representative or these representatives and so on? That will be the first question for now. Give thanks, Rastafari.
Give thanks, Bongo Wisely, for the kind words and the encouragement. So right now, in terms of the elections results, the United States had a credible election and elected its 4 representatives. Europe had a credible election, elected its, I believe it's 2 representatives. All other regions either disassociated themselves from the African Diaspora Assembly provisional 6th region elections or failed to hold elections. So that means there are 4 plus 2, that's 6. And Cecile or Pamela or Talita, correct me if I'm wrong. Out of the original campaign, we have 6 elected representatives out of 20. Now, I'm going to, in a minute, speak about the way forward for those regions that don't have representatives. There is a way forward for this. And you ask a very good question. In the regions that, the representatives that come out of the Caribbean region, as you quite well know, Bongo Wisely, if they're not of a certain caliber that it included a number of organizations, it's going to be greatly contested, and that isn't going to serve our Ubuntu purposes. So I'm going to answer your question more directly and more specifically in a minute. So just hold that. I'm going to come back to that. Let me now go to Sister Keturah and get her input.
Greetings to and good evening to all our esteemed Pan-African officials and family. Greetings, I acknowledge you, Sifaway, and the moderator, and I commend you, Sifaway, of your years of toil and commitment to this cause. And we appreciate your efforts, and we appreciate your level of commitment and diligence over the many, many years that you've been toiling at this very subject. I would also endorse Sifaway and echo your comments that there have been many Pan-African stakeholders that have engaged with AU ECOSOC over the years, and just to be reminded of the efforts of Abena James and SRDC and Dr. Beryl Beckman and many others who attended the Global Pan-African Root Synergy Roundtable in 2002 to present this very topic that we are discussing here today, at which ECOSOC sent a representative, a physical representative, and appeared on Zoom in the room to acknowledge our presence, acknowledge the topic at hand, and the purpose of why we were there. And they were again meant to follow through. However, again, as has been the trend, nothing transpired from that meeting. So here we are again on this ongoing challenge, and 2 years later. And we trust with the persistence of Sifaway and many of the team and the many delegates that are supporting this around the world and our collective diaspora energies, we will hopefully finally come to the desired outcome. I should have introduced myself. My name is Keturah Amwakung. I'm the Vice Prime Minister of the State of the African Diaspora. So my question to you, Sifaway, and anybody that was there at the assembly, is Her Excellency Mia Mottley delivered a compelling speech and mentioned the 6th region several times. However, from what we know, CARICOM currently only represents CARICOM in its relationship with the African Union. My question to you is, did you have an opportunity to engage with Her Excellency at any time to actually discuss the integration of not only CARICOM, but also CILAC, which is the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, the president of whom is Ralph Gonsalves, as to make it coordinating the the Pan-African organizations, CSOs, CBOs, with the heads of state of the 6th region. Did you manage to have any kind of engagement with Mia Mottley at that time? Thank you.
So this is a great question. And so I and Sister Jasmine and another delegate from the region, from the Caribbean region, had gone to the hotel to meet with Mia Mottley. Comrade Jasmine, who is on this call, was sort of leading that effort because she is a legit ambassador with credentials within Ethiopia and represents both the repatriated community in Shashamani, but also diaspora communities, particularly coming from Jamaica, but the Caribbean in general. And she has many diplomatic contacts. And Jasmine had organized and contacted other repatriates in Ethiopia, but repatriates from the Caribbean region, and one repatriate from Barbados. And so on this basis, we had went to the hotel to request to meet with Mia Mottley. And a serious effort was made. We waited around the hotel. We had made contact and tried to reach her room. There was also talk of trying to join her for breakfast. So at that time, I and Jasmine, we were not able to meet with her. And I don't believe, Jasmine can correct me if I'm wrong, that she was able to meet with her during the entire time. So there was an attempt made, and our position was, since the AU 6th region was a big part of the discussions and reparations and what was going on, that a courtesy visit, an audience with Mia Mottley from the repatriates in Ethiopia from her region would have been in order. That didn't happen. I can tell you that a big deal was made about her presence at the African Union. Her face was on electronic billboards around the city, and she was kind of considered a royalty queen coming. So she's real good at making these speeches. But there are other considerations, especially Bajans that live in there, have considerations to say about her representation. And it's true, in my opinion, she does represent CARICOM and not necessarily the 6th region as a whole. So let me yield the floor briefly to Jasmine, because I want to get on to some other very important things that I think are going to be really important for people to understand, and then take more questions. But Jasmine, I'll give you the floor on this.
Thank you, Sophia.
Mhm.
With Miss Mary Motley, well, she wasn't at the hotel. She didn't stay there, and she didn't stay very long. Not many people knew she was coming in. It was once the television and the news said it that people realized. So it was really kept kind of confidential. You know, she's very outspoken and she speak up. So the hotel that she was booked in, which Mr. Cummins had passed on the details to another Barbadian citizen that gave it to us. So she didn't stay there. And by Sunday afternoon, when we were going to try again, I called the hotel and they had left. They had actually flied out. So it was like a fly in, fly out. However, this year's CARICOM Africa Summit it's been agreed with the Prime Minister that it will be held in Addis Ababa. And they are calling for all the African diaspora, 6th region, to come. So that's, that's something she actually did say. She had the permission. So we are preparing for that also and trying to link with those others in the diaspora who will be coming in so that we can actually plan things together for that day. Oh, well, for that week, actually. But not many of us got to see her. I honestly think she stayed at the palace rather than the hotel, which is more security. And they were quite moving around quite freely in the hotel. I mean, quite a few of the other ambassadors and prime ministers were staying at that same hotel. They were in the bar, they were in the lounge. It's quite secure, but I wouldn't think that would have been secure enough for her. So we didn't get to talk to her. Thank you.
If I
you,
may
Jasmine.
quickly, if I quickly may tip away, just to acknowledge and commend again our ambassador Jasmine Rowe, who is our ambassador to Ethiopia in the African Union. Jasmine is, I don't know, she actually runs on Duracell batteries. She keeps going and going and going. And I had the pleasure of being with Jasmine in 2022 at this round table. And oh my goodness, I can't even, I can't even put into words how our sister is so powerful and phenomenal. And like you said, very well respected, very highly respected amongst the authorities in the community. So thank you so much, Ambassador Jasmine, for representing SOAD in such a powerful way, and the Ethiopian World Federation in such a powerful way in Addis. Away, could I just quickly because my question was in two parts, well, it wasn't really a question.
Go ahead.
But just on that same note, and I think he was actually coming to it when you were speaking about moving forwards. And this also speaks to reparations, is that from our standpoint, from the state of the African diaspora standpoint, we are targeting and working diligently to ensure that CARICOM and CELAC start to have in their minds the participation as our 6th region heads of state in integrating civil society organizations in the greater Pan-African world as a 6th region bloc, so that we can become a powerful economic bloc. Right now, there is no governance behind the 6th region, and they're going to require a governance structure of the 6th region to have an anchor for the 6th region ECOSOC members. It's going to need an anchor because it's going to need funding. So that's the importance of number one, we need this 6th region economic bloc to be a viable entity that can have the power of, like you said, strength in numbers, number one, the power of the heads of state and all of the diaspora outside of Africa, and to be able to tackle reparations as an economic regional bloc. And like you said, to do this as individual organizations, different NGOs, all trying to, do their best, their part. But if we tackle this as a regional bloc, we will get much, much further than, this separation that we tend to be, recycling year after year after year. So that was just my contribution. And lastly, what we believe is required is an international Pan-African Indigenous Courts of Justice. There is no defense for the West in terms of reparations. There is no defense in terms of restitution. We just have to present the case. The two things that they dislike is hitting them in their pockets and bad publicity. And we can do both of those with the power. We have, like I said, we have strategies. And again, it's about, pooling our human resources around the table and working on these strategies to be effective, to be able to tackle reparations. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you,
Thank
Vice
you.
Prime Minister. In response to the issues that you just raised, first of all, as you well know, and as the state of the African diaspora well know, that as the diaspora, we are engaged in what we'll, for lack of a better term, call a sovereign process, a self-determined process of organizing and constituting ourselves according to our own interests. Now, as part of that process, we do that so that we can engage with international society. When it comes to the engagement with the African Union, there are two levels of engagement. There is civil society engagement, and then there is interstate or state level engagement. Okay, those are two separate processes. And I know that you're aware of this, but I'm for the benefit of the others. AU ECOSOC and CEDO, the Citizens and Diaspora Directorate that is in charge of diaspora relations, is primarily, and AU ECOSOC is exclusively concerned with civil society engagement. Okay, that's non-governmental engagement. I was told at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights that when the AU has all of its frameworks in place and the diaspora representatives have taken their seats in AU ECOSOC, that will be the fulfillment of the civil society engagement. And the African Union would then be in a position to focus more on the intergovernmental engagement. That would involve, for example, CARICOM members, any state that is predominantly African in nature, like Haiti, Jamaica, Barbados, is going to engage in the African Union at the interstate or intergovernmental level. This would also include, as you know, SOAD. That would be the level of engagement that SOAD would be seeking. It's also the level of engagement that the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa is seeking as a government representing a liberation movement that was once part of the OAU Liberation Committee. Okay. So for those that don't know, there are two levels of engagement, and they're two different things, civil society and intergovernmental. Now, the Article 3Q amendment invites and encourages the African diaspora to full participation in the African Union. And so the question is what does full participation mean? And the very simple answer to that I got from Her Excellency Ambassador Erikana Chihombo-Rikwao is that whatever the other 5 regions have, the 6th region has to have it too, if we are to participate, have full participation. The other 5 regions have regional economic communities that play a major role in the organizing and in the business of African unity. And so therefore, right, having a 6th region regional economic community is going to be a very important part. And this is where I believe SOAD takes a leading role because of all the work that you have done in developing a regional economic community for the 6th region. So I wanted to demonstrate to you that I understand and fully support that aspect of developing the 6th region and the role that State of the African Diaspora will play, because you've already laid the groundwork with the 6th Region Economic Treaty. So hopefully we will be able to have a meeting solely on that, where you can update and educate everyone onto the status of that project and also the relationship with the Pan-African Parliament. So I see that there's some hands up, but I want to say make some important updates, and then we'll come back to the questions. We'll go with Comrade Cliff, Comrade Lukman, and Comrade Akatunde. one of the important things that I wanted to convey in this meeting was that on February 12th, there was a continental strategy meeting on the reparations agenda. This was a meeting that Cecile and I discovered, as she said in her presentation, after we had the kumbaya with AU ECOSOC and some of the stakeholders. We did start getting invited to meetings that we hadn't heard about and that weren't announced. And this was a major meeting. This was a meeting where the reparations agenda that the AU ECOSOC is going to be leading this year, where a lot of things were being worked out. Now, during that meeting, let me back up. The day before, we were in a pre-summit meeting that was attended by the Pan-African Lawyers Union and the African Judges and Jurists Forum. Okay, so these are the legal kind of entities that are going to be dealing with the legal aspects of the reparations. So of course, I was very much interested in networking with them and meeting some common ground, which I was able to do. So the following day, we had a breakout session, and one of the things that I was able to do was get the group to focus on the fact that in 2022, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights passed a resolution that called for an urgent conceptualization of what they called Africa's claim that could be the basis of a united reparations front. In 2022, the fact that they were calling for this meant that nobody had yet done it. Nobody had yet put the puzzle pieces together to say, here's the legal narrative that we can use where we can all rally behind this narrative because it encompasses all local, national, and regional claims, that it encompasses all perpetrators of crimes and all victims, regardless of where on the continent they came from and the original jurisdiction of the crime, and regardless to where those prisoners of war or those victims were trafficked to and where they reside now. In 2022, we didn't have such a conceptualization or legal argument. So I took this as a challenge. And I was able at this meeting in Addis Ababa to present the fact that the dumb versus narrative actually satisfies that. And I explained that. And I was able to gain traction. And some of the challenges that came up, for example, they were saying, okay, but yeah, we can't just look at the past. We got to kind of look forward to, you know, the harms that are going on now and all. And I said, listen, watch this. You pick any current issue right now, and I'll show you how it's related to the dumb versus declaration of war. So one person said, well, what about climate change? And I said, climate change is largely the result of man-made actions, yes or no? They said yes. I said, those man-made actions are largely the result of what? The Industrial Revolution. They said yes. I said the Industrial Revolution was made possible by what? The enslavement and free labor of our ancestors is what made the Industrial Revolution possible. So if you want to talk about climate justice, it goes back to the dumb versus. So somebody said, well, what about the resource mineral extraction? I said, did you ever read the dumb versus carefully? It says, we give you authority to invade, fight, subjugate the Saracens, that was the words for the Muslims, the pagans and infidels, that was the word for any non-Christian, and enemies of Christ. It says, take all their palaces, duchies, principalities, territories, all their possessions, movable and immovable. I said right then and there, this is where the author is, today's mineral extraction that is the result of the scramble for Africa and the colonial powers, all of that is authorized explicitly by the Dum Diversis. And I went through step by step, showing how every issue we have today, impacting every single African person on the planet, can be traced back to the Dum Diversis. So I started to finally win them over to the narrative, the paradigm shift, where we have to move from transatlantic slave trade because, one, the Portuguese didn't arrive and find slave markets. Those markets were created through Portuguese policy that required all territories to pay a tax to the Portuguese in human bodies. They had taken an indigenous custom of harvest and produce, and they enforced it and said, no, you have to pay in human bodies. So this is how they made human bodies currencies. The Portuguese created slave markets. They didn't find them there. So it wasn't a slave trade. It's not like they came and they found ready-made products called slaves that they just bought. That didn't happen. Second of all, it wasn't a trade. It was a military invasion, and it was a war. So I was able to start presenting this to the Pan-African Lawyers Union, to the African Judges and Jurists Forum. And I started winning over these converts. That's the first thing. The second thing is I was able to introduce the importance of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Resolution 616, that mandates this roundtable to be co-hosted with AU ECOSOC in May, where they have invited us to all come together in a truly representative assembly, hash it out amongst ourselves, and elect 20 representatives to sit to meet them at the roundtable to present our reparations agenda to be discussed this year. So as I was talking about this in the working group on legal and advocacy partnerships, I had mentioned the fact that myself, Representative Cecile Johnson, and Jasmine Rowe, that first day when we met with the AU ECOSOC officials, and I raised this question, what is the status of preparations of this roundtable, and are you AU ECOSOC committed to it? Their response was that it's primarily a budgetary issue. That because the budget for this year AU ECOSOC activities had already been prepared before this 616 resolution, it wasn't in the budget. And that's when the light bulb went off, and I said, aha, if AU ECOSOC is going to actually co-host this roundtable and it's going to be a reality, it's only going to happen if civil society helps AU ECOSOC in the same way that it helped AU ECOSOC put on these pre-summit events. Now, the events on those first 2 days, the 10th, the 11th, and even the 12th, I learned from the AU desk officer, he actually showed me the documents, that one of the reasons that we were complaining that there was no information about who to contact to attend the events, the event location and venue, is because those events held on the 10th, 11th, and 12th didn't get final approval until like February 4th or February 6th. Now, it was civil society organizations that in just 20 days had handled all the logistics, renting that room, getting out. They handled the logistics. They put on those events for AU ECOSOC. And it was Reform Initiatives, it was Trust Africa, it was PALU, it was AJJF, and a handful of others. So in this working group strategy session, I said, look, since there's a resolution that has already invited AU ECOSOC and diaspora representatives to meet, under the auspices of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, that we need to make this the focus for the first half of the year, especially since there's no legal diaspora framework and no representatives are going to be seated in AU ECOSOC. And so in absence of having official representatives in AU ECOSOC, there's no other official means for the diaspora's input. And when I made them aware of this, they all agreed that yes, that roundtable should be the main event this year, and that they would, as civil society that helped AU ECOSOC put on those events in Addis Ababa, that they would help AU ECOSOC to be able to co-host this event. And as a result of that meeting, we now have a 616 roundtable working group that is actually now in the process of making sure that this event happens. I say all of that to say, as a lead into this is the main part, and then we'll go back to questions. So let me share my screen, okay? Everybody wants to know what's the way forward. You know, what are we going to, you know, what do we do now? There's no diaspora legal framework in place. We understood from the meeting that it will be presented to the AU midterm meeting in July. And so if it gets passed in July, that would be the earliest that there would be a diaspora framework in place for our engagement with AU ECOSOC. But my understanding of where they are, they're thinking that it won't be until the 5th General Assembly, 3.5 years from now, that we would actually seat representatives. That's unacceptable, but we're not going to deal with that. Right now, we're going to deal with the first 6 months in front of us. Now, this is what I am suggesting is the way forward. And this is our working draft roadmap, right? That we, after the March 15th meeting, whatever information we get directly from AU ECOSOC, we will combine. But as it stands right now, and I'd like to thank Brother Cliff, who helped me strategize on this and who put forward some recommendations, what I'm calling the 6th region Sankofa Ubuntu. As we all know, Sankofa means, right, you can't know where you're going, where you are and where you're going until you know where you come from. So we have to look backwards in order to see our way forward. Now, the African diaspora as the 6th region of the African Union can only be united when the following legacy organizations agree to form an assembly in 2025 in order to present a united front and speak with one voice during the African Union theme year, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. That's the UNIA, the Ethiopian World Federation. It's Malcolm's Organization of African Unity, which is now the Republic of New Africa. It's the Caribbean Pan-African Network, CPAN. It's the original AU 6th Region Education Campaign, which was what I led back in 2005, which is now the current African Diaspora Assembly that had these provisional elections. It's the 6th Region Diaspora Caucus, SRDC. It is the African Union, African Diaspora 6th Region High Council. That's Dr. Beryl Beekman's group, okay, and others, but she was the leading figure developing it. It's CABO, the Central American Black Organizations. SOAD, State of the African Diaspora. It's the AU 6th Region USA, the AU 6th Region Global, AFRIDU, and now ADDI. Now watch this. I want to show you something. We go to CPAN, the Caribbean Pan-African Network, right? It was formed the 12th of September, 2004 at a meeting in Bridgetown, Barbados, held at the Commission for Pan-African Affairs. It was a joint initiative of the Clement Pain Movement of Barbados, the Emancipation Support Committee of Trinidad and Tobago, and the African Union. Its mission, its purpose is to engage in a formal institutional relationship with the African Union. which they did. They have an actual MOU and a working relationship. So you have CPAN. Then 2006, after the town hall meeting that we had in Los Angeles, you have the 6th Region Diaspora Caucus, right? And it was developed, where is it? Let me scroll down. All right. Here you go. In 2005, the AU had designated the creation of several groupings in various parts of the world to educate people about the AU and the diaspora, to monitor and record how community-based organizations themselves to be a networking resource for all such community-based organizations. Those new groupings were called the Western Hemisphere African Diaspora Network, WADN, and the European Hemisphere African Diaspora Network, EHADN, primarily in Europe. Now, those organizations came and went, and in their wake, after they were disbanded, organizations such as SRDC, primarily in North America, Central American Black Organization, Per Ankh's Sematawi, you had SIPN Mir, U.S. Virgin Islands, Guadeloupe, Martinique, you had the Middle Eastern African Diaspora Unity Council, and you had the African Union, African Diaspora 6th Region in Europe, that has now developed into this high council, okay? So 6th Region Diaspora Caucus came out of this time to primarily organize North America or the United States, okay? Now, if you go to the AU-ADS 6th Region High Council, it says on its website, the African Union African Diaspora 6th Region High Council serves as the main governing body for the African Diaspora 6th Region to represent the interests and aspirations of the global African diaspora. All right, but now if you go to State of the African Diaspora, right? In 2014, it was given a mandate by Mohammed Abdelaziz, president in office. You wish to attract our attention about your project that aims to give substance to the 6th Region of the African Union. The interview I had with you and the information that we collected about your activities gave me the assurance of the major role that CRAN can play to contribute the implementation of the programs of development of our continent. In July 2018, during the Summit of the African Union, Dr. Luis Georges-Tin launched this initiative. The State of the African Diaspora was born as a government. Okay, so now we have a government for the diaspora. We have this AU-ADS 6th Region, which serves as the main governing body for the 6th Region. Now watch this. Now we also have AU 6th Region USA. Okay, AU 6th Region USA, this is their website, is the official African Diaspora Initiative Network established to mobilize, galvanize, organize, structure, and unite the African diaspora in collaboration with the African Unity 6th Region Canada. Okay, somewhere else on their site is a statement about they are the entity. All right, I actually had written an article about this back in 2019. Now you have African Union 6th Region Global, okay? In addition to that, there are others. So one of the things, let me stop the screen share, right? One of the things that we learned that AU ECOSOC said to us was that its hands are tied because there are all of these groups claiming to be the group that represents the 6th Region. And they actually really want a group that really represents the 6th Region. And that when we launched our campaign, on the one hand, AU member states started calling because they had concerns about this election process and what would happen if some people from the diaspora who are opposition members, right, of some of the governments. That was a concern. But there were also people called that were saying, hey, we're from the 6th region. We don't know anything about this. We're not a part of that. How did they get this mandate and all of this? So what we learned was that our actual disunity is one of the main reasons why AU ECOSOC isn't handling things or giving a mandate or being forthright about designating anyone, because they're like, how are we going to choose which group to mandate? Okay, that's what's going on. Now, let me share my screen again. I want you to watch this. Share. Let me share my screen. All right. Now, let's see. Now, when we first had the first town hall meeting to launch this elections campaign, we immediately got endorsements from African Diaspora Union, AFRIDU, from SOAD, from the Pan-African Council. That was straight out the gate. And the original representatives, we had representatives from AFRIDU, from SOAD, from the Middle East group that was working with AUADS. We had we held the seat for Caribbean region out of respect for CPAN. We held the seat for them. Eventually, that was filled by Philip Springer of ADDI. And by the time the campaign was in full swing, we had also received endorsements from UNIA, EWF, and GAC UK. We were well on our way. We were well on our way to this unity. We were well on our way to getting these legacies. We had UNIA, EWF, Republic of New Africa, AU6 region, right? SRDC, AUDS, Cabo, SOAD, and AFRIDU and ADDI were all involved either as endorsers, regional coordinators, administrators of the WhatsApp group, or strategists in the campaign. We had almost all the groups. We didn't have CPAN, we didn't have AU6 Region USA, AU6 Region Global. Okay? Then we got hit with the cease and desist letter. And we all know the story that after that, people took that, ran off, and then where we were building the unity, it was fragmented. Okay? So there's a chronological UNIA founded, EWF founded, OAAU converted to RNA founded, right? You have CPAN, it's founded, right? You have AU6 Region Education Campaign. You have SRDC established. I've put together this chronology of how all these organizations came into being, okay? You have Cabo, then you have AUADS established, then you have SOAD established, right? So here it is. When you look at the African Unity 6th Region USA, on their website, they say, our mandate is to mobilize and unify all people of African descent in USA and to elect representatives for USA in the African Union ECOSOC Assembly. Okay, so I say all of this to say, look, Brother Cliff, SRDC had a meeting in February, it was discussed. They basically said, look, if these organizations don't all come together, iron out their differences, and present some kind of united front this year, that's what's required. Now, why is this united front important? Imagine we did have a united front. All these organizations say, look, we will work together to elect 20 representatives of this united front that will speak in one voice, that we all, nobody will contest that these are our representatives. Then what do? All right, first thing on the schedule, we have the March 12th meeting with AU ECOSOC. We're going to get information directly from the horse's mouth. After that meeting, we continue to collect the plebiscite surveys and we continue to get ICJ advisory input forms. Why? Because April 14th is the fourth session of UNPFAT. At the third session, they said, concerning the ICJ advisory input, we want to get the reparations legal questions. We want to get the highest court on planet Earth to weigh in on the fundamental questions. PFAT said, well, we can't submit a request for the input, the advisory opinion, until we have jointly analyzed the legal questions. I said, okay. So I talked to the Pan-African Lawyers Union. I have talked to African Judges and Jurists Forum. And I have said, we need your help. We need African jurists to give their advisory opinions on the fundamental reparations legal questions that have already been drafted. So I am now working with them to collect those. Imagine we show up at PFAT and said, you wanted a joint illegal analysis? Here it is coming from African and African diaspora jurists. Now you have your analysis. We take it to the African court. We take it to the International Court of Justice this year. Following the April 14th session, imagine a united front with 20 representatives that we all agree on, now go to the ACHPR, that's African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and the AU ECOSOC Roundtable, and we submit our reparations agenda, which includes what are the civil society organizations' repatriation and citizenship reports. Right now, we already have organized, and the reports are already being written in every AU member state, where there are 6 region repatriates. This is where the rubber hits the road. When we talk about the highest form of diaspora involvement and engagement in the continent, it's those 6 region members that have repatriated. So we are preparing reports that say, this is the status of 6 region repatriates. This is the status of their citizenship analysis. And here are our recommendations on what needs to happen in order for there to be smooth reintegration into the continent, into these countries. And this needs to be in the forefront of all reparations discussions, because it's repatriation with reparations. That's how it was originally formulated. The ultimate repair is what? Returning to the ancestral homeland and being one. Okay? That is being left out of the reparations discussions. We want to make sure that these issues are rectified. Now, right after that May roundtable, Kim Poole and TAI, through their work, they have a commitment where the Vatican is going to hold a reparations symposium in the Vatican. And this is our opportunity to further the indictment. We've already given them a presentment. We've already indicted them for the Dum Diversis War. We've calculated, if you read the article I asked you to read it, I calculated to the number of days, years, months, and days that this war has been going on and the damage. And then following that event at the Vatican, the Pan-African Lawyers Union is having their annual conference where we can solidify the united legal claim argument. We can advance it. And all of this takes place before the next AU summit. So the question is, can we make this vision a reality? Can we get the legacy, if the legacy organizations would agree to work together, all the rest of the diaspora is going to follow. So let me show you this. In pursuit of that, hold on. Sent. In pursuit of that, I sent this email to all the leaders of those legacy organizations. Nsumba, greetings all. Everyone receiving this email is considered an essential stakeholder in the African Diaspora 6th region. There will be a town hall hosted by AU ECOSOC on March 15th at 1500 GMT or UTC to address the AU 6th region. See email below. This is the first such meeting of its kind, and it could potentially attract more than 1,000 participants. Ahead of this meeting, as recommended by the SRDC Secretariat Zoom meeting of February 2nd, 2025, I am calling an emergency Ubuntu reconciliation meeting among the leadership of the major stakeholders for Saturday, March 1st. Okay? Let's get straight to the point. Many of us have worked together and fought with each other. Currently, I and David Commission and Philip Springer have been in open public hostilities. However, the masses of our people want to see us work together. And so this is a genuine, sincere attempt to see if we can agree to follow the ACHPR Resolution 616 to elect 20 representatives to attend a roundtable co-hosted by ACHPR and AU ECOSOC. And this may, as a focal point of the African diaspora's engagement in the first half of the AU's themed year. Leadership of SOAD, AFRIDU, SRDC, AUADS High Council, AU 6th Region, Global, Ethiopian World Federation, UNIA, the Pan-African Council, and I should have included CPAN here. It was an honest mistake, omission, but they are included, have been included in this email. Missing from this communication is Macaulay Kalu, since I didn't have his email. If there's anyone else you feel is essential to this effort, please forward me their contact. Let us all try to reach a consensus before the March 15th and announce some kind of united plan of action going forward after March 15th that can galvanize the people. I remain open to your suggestions. Immediately, I got responses. David Commission, the ambassador, the Barbados ambassador to CARICOM, and who is also a leader in CPAN. I have no interest in whatever little silly game you are playing. Please desist from sending me emails. And then I got a response from Philip Springer from ADDI. Please refrain from sending me any emails in the future. I'm not interested. Now, everybody else responded favorably and was willing to attend the meeting on March 1st, but the meeting was not held on March 1st, but we are working to reschedule that meeting. So this is my update to let everybody know that there is a genuine effort to actually bring us into a 6th region Ubuntu, where all organizations are respected and play a role in presenting a united front this year. And we have a calendar of why we need to do that. So let me land there, and now we will take questions. And we'll start with Brother Cliff. Comrade Cliff, are you there? I think it's appropriate you go next, seeing how you kind of provoked me to this. Go ahead, my good comrade.
My apologies for the delay there. I am on the road, and so I'm trying to concentrate on this meeting and respond. I was trying to unmute myself without having a head-on collision with someone, which somehow or another I managed to do. I'm not sure how, but somehow or another I managed to avoid having a head-on with another car while I was trying to unmute myself. Okay, first of all, I'm Brother Cliff. I'm the Maryland facilitator for the 6th Region Diaspora Caucus, or SRDC, and I'm a member of the SRDC Secretariat. First of all, I want to thank Brother Sifaway for calling this meeting. I would say that I like the blow by blow that you just gave. Some people might have comments about certain details, but I generally like the blow by blow that you gave of the process up to this point, especially as far as the proliferation of Pan-African organizations, each of which seems to claim to represent the diaspora. I don't know how many people I run into who say I represent the people, but quite frankly, a lot of the times when you drill down, you go back to the people themselves and ask them if they've ever heard of this person. They'll say no. So that brings up two things. Number one, making sure that we have as many of the stakeholders in this process involved in this process as possible. Some of the organizations that have popped up that have essentially claimed whatever sovereignty they have claimed over representing the diaspora actually came up as a result of some of the African Union's own bureaucratic and obstructionist behavior. Some of the organizations, for example, weren't in existence 15 years ago. Some of them weren't in existence 10 years ago. The African Union has essentially engaged in one degree or another of obstruction or bureaucratic behavior, at least with us. I don't know how many other organizations they did this with over the last 17 years. Every year they would say we have to have a technical committee meeting to look at the proposal that you have already made to us to determine whether or not we approve it. And every year they would come back and say, oh, well, we'll have it next year. Oh, we'll have it next year. So I guess they said they would have it by the end of the year, but in their defense, they never said by the end of which year. So at any rate, that was one of the things that slowed down a lot of the progress toward establishing those 20 seats, for example, in African Union ECOSOC, and as a result caused the formation of other organizations that said, well, let me take a swing at it, let me take a swing at it. And as a result, now you have a lot of these competing organizations. The problem that seems to have come out of that is that too many of our organizations, and we've done this probably for centuries, we say Africa must unite, but there are three words at the end that are unspoken but seemingly always meant. Africa must unite, the last three words, under my leadership. And to me, that comes from an attitude of what I call the four most dangerous words in Pan-African organizing. I have the answer. So it means that if I have the answer, that means you don't. I don't have to listen to what you say. I'm just going to go ahead and push my plan forward and forget what anybody else has put forward as a plan. So toward that, I appreciate what Brother Sifaway has put forward here as far as encouraging as many of our organizations to meet together and come to some kind of a consensus as far as moving us forward and a plan to establish a more permanent process for, number one, establishing who will speak for the diaspora in the Economic, Social, and Cultural Council. I definitely appreciate what Mama Cecile had said earlier on. I was in the USA Zoom call where she and a number of other representative candidates made their cases, and I was perhaps most impressed by her then, and I continue to be impressed by her now. So I'm pleased with where we are there. I'm also recognizing that, Brother Sifaway, you had been referring to these as provisional elections, which perhaps implies that a permanent process still needs to be established and locked down, one that can be agreed upon by all the different Pan-African organizations that are stakeholders in this process, as well as can be accepted and brought into the African Union ECOSOC without any of the bureaucratic behavior or obstructionist behavior that we have been faced with for the last 17 years. The last thing I kind of want to throw in is that even in terms of how we represent the Pan-African diaspora, to against meeting, we are more or less at the treetops. We are connected to each other through WhatsApp or through email, or we have each other's phone numbers, or we can get on Zoom. And the vast majority of our people have none of those connectors available to them. Some of them have email. Maybe one or two of them can get on Zoom, but most of them are isolated in their neighborhoods, their ghettos, their favelas, whatever. And they are completely cut off from true representation on the world stage. If we are to effectively represent our people on the world stage, that means we have to have an even more robust process than the great effort that has been put forward so far this year. To me, that means on the ground, in-person, eyeball-to-eyeball town hall meetings, which in Maryland we never stopped doing, which we've actually started doing again in Panama. and which we are trying to rekindle, at least as far as SRDC is concerned, on the ground, so that when someone goes to the African Union Summit and speaks, there can be a clear line drawn that will connect that individual at the African Union Summit to some local community that is suffering the ills that this representative is speaking on. So that is the other thing, is that number one, make sure we get as many of our organizations together as possible. And number two, make sure that we are able to put together a process that at least allows us to effectively drill down to the people on the ground where they are. I look forward to when a follow-up meeting to what we almost had this past Saturday can take place. And with any luck, not only myself would be able to come, but Professor Horn from SRDC would be able to come. And hopefully we can bring in others from UNIA, from SOAD, from AUADS High Council, from AU6RC, AU6RUSA, and get all of these different groups together so that we can actually come to a meeting of the minds and nobody goes running off cowboying the process and saying, I'm the one in charge. That's pretty much what I wanted to throw in. And again, I look forward to further developments. I'm going to have to bounce off of here in a couple of minutes because I'm almost at another meeting, on the ground meeting here in Baltimore City. So I definitely look forward to updates.
Great, thank you. Let me respond real quickly to that. My good comrade Cliff, we go back sometime to the beginning of this thing. So one of the things that I'm emphasizing is not the permanent structures and process. I'm saying that just the current 6 months and this calendar in front of us gives us a specific thing to rally around, which may be easier to bring us into unity to say, okay, look, we're not talking about something permanent right now. We're just simply saying, can we agree to select 20 people to speak as a united front at just these series of meetings that get us from now to July, because they're important meetings. And I'd like to thank Ras Tagasa of the Ethiopian World Federation in Ethiopia, because we went to his Black History Month and he told a story about how Emperor Haile Selassie spoke to the heads of state when they were trying to come into unity, and they had all these different problems, the same problems that we had. And he said, if there's 100 chairs in front of you, if there's 100 things, right, just pick one thing that we can agree on and just focus on that. And I think the one thing that we can all agree on is it's better to have 20 representatives in a united front participate in these meetings than to not. And if we can agree on just that, then we can work to continuing a process to do exactly what Brother Cliff was saying, which is my expectation for the WhatsApp group was always that they were working groups, that people would report to the group what Cliff said. Hey, I held this physical meeting at my church. 13 people showed up, 30 people showed up, 40 people showed up, and we nominated this person and we completed this many plebiscite surveys. The WhatsApp group were supposed to be working groups where people did exactly what Cliff said. They took the information from the WhatsApp group, went to their local community, did work on the ground, and reported back the work that they did. All right. So Cliff just came back into the meeting. Hopefully he heard that. Again, my expectation for the WhatsApp group was that people who got the information from these town halls and these WhatsApp groups would report back to the WhatsApp group that, hey, I had this meeting at my church, at my student union, at my community, my block club, whatever. I presented this information. This many people, we nominated this person. That's what I intended for the WhatsApp group. They would be working groups. That would be the conduit for reaching those people on the ground, real people on the ground. And that's not what happened in the WhatsApp group. People just talked, commented, circulated news items. In spite of the fact I kept exhorting you, please just report what you have done as a working group. So maybe going forward, we can do better. And we can, in that way, one person in the WhatsApp group literally is directly connected to 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 people on the ground, as Brother Cliff said. That's a challenge to us to see, can we do better as activists engaged in the networks, but connected to our communities. All right, so I'm going to go Comrade Lukman, then Chisomo, then Coco, then Akatunde. All right, Comrade Lukman.
Free the land. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you for your excellent report and breakdown of all the key and essential factors that we need to look at. Some of the things, I agree with that, brother, that I hope that everybody can come together. I don't know how soon, if you can hold that meeting with those other different legacy groups before the March 15th, but hopefully you can get it in. But I want to go back to start with Mia Motley. And your point that you feel that she most likely represents CARICOM and not the 6th region, I kind of agree with that. But I also want to acknowledge the fact or point out the fact that our reparations strategy, it kind of have nuances in the United States from in the Caribbean, right? And that it's key that the representatives that are representing the United States present that clearly and correctly, because there's a lot of parallels, but there are all some key divergences. And then another thing about when you was going and explaining how the intergovernment agency aspect, vice versa, in the 6th region, how Haiti, Jamaica, and these other states will have an intergovernment relationship, and everybody else would just have I guess you say civil society participation. I kind of think that I don't want to say the word equitable, and I don't want to say the word equal. I'm just going to say that proportionate representation in the 6th region and in this access to the AU, the different types of frameworks that might be proposed. And I remember that when you first started with Dr. Horn, had drafted a framework. And I don't know if the 9 divisions that you come up with this time has any connection to that, or if anything anybody else is circulating, or the other legacy arguments circulating is or how that might factor into it, and if it's anything like they're going to bring to us, because it seems like now they're bringing something to us instead of accepting something by us. And I kind of also understand, and you and me done had this before, that the woman who you asked about the intentions of statute 5.3, that we know that what the intentions was, whether the committee that drafted the statute, we know what the intentions was, because we can see it really is written clear in the text. It's not a text that really require a lot of interpretation. It's just that I think the vying among our different legacy organizations and what Cliff just said, all of them, inside the AU itself, being obstructionist, that's why that statute has never been honestly fulfilled, right? By us trying to do it ourselves and on our own. But you true that a united front is important, because ain't no telling what they're gonna present to us, and whether or not it's gonna be proportional representation, or if it's gonna be skewed and give certain parts of the Caribbean or certain states overarching representation in the 6th region, or outside representation in the 6th region, and minimize, marginalize other people, right?
So, Comrade Luke, let me address that. Let me address that right now. So, for 20 years on our side, there has been debate. Well, Brazil should get this many, or no, Central America needs this many, or that is one of the sticking points that prevented in the early days that we had to work out. 3 different organizations or 3 different proposals were submitted in the early days of this. All of them and the mouth of Pan-African consciousness and actions. Now, what I am going to say as a father spirit of all of this is we should not get caught up in arguing about the proportional representation. We have, throughout this entire process, submitted what we feel has been fair proportional representation. I myself submitted a brief to the legal team handling the diaspora engagement with recommendations based on the AU6 region, synthesizing the 3 main frameworks that had been put together up to that point. I synthesized them and said, based on that, somebody should make the call, and here's what it is. Now, this is why attending that March 15th meeting is so important. Either they're going to reveal to us the details in the framework, which they haven't let us see, or they're not. And we're going to have to wait till June or July. Whatever it is, what I'm suggesting is, it doesn't matter. If we're all on the same team, we're all the 6th region. I don't care if it's 20 representatives that come out of Colombia or they all come out of Canada. I don't care. What matters is we get 20 representatives in and follow the enter and enlarge, because we haven't gotten them in. And if we get divided on this issue, they're not going to do anything drastically irrational. But if we quibble over the details, we're going to lose the opportunity. It's better that we just agree, let's get 20 seated, and once we're in, we can enlarge and we can refine. That's my recommendation, having sat and watched this for 20 years. I don't believe that AU ECOSOC is going to do something so radical and so different than what we've presented to them, but who knows, they might. This is why we don't need to do a whole lot of speculating right now. We just wait to hear what they say on the 15th. And after the 15th, remember, AU ECOSOC and getting seated in AU ECOSOC is not the focus. The focus is having a united front to speak with strong conviction, representing the people, to say to the permanent forum, here is our reparations demand, and here is our legal analysis, to go to the round table, make our presentation there, and go to the Vatican. And that we need 20 people who can sit that we all agree on, that can sit, that can strategize and be able to come up with, okay, this is what we're going to present. So the question of, does Brazil get 4 or do they get 6? Does Caribbean get 3 or 4? That's not so important. More important would be the question of the 20 people, again, remember, we're not dealing with AU ECOSOC right now because they're not seating us until July at the earliest, and that's probably not going to happen. So we are going to choose 20 representatives to primarily go to the round table. And the question is those representatives going to come from the historic diaspora? I'm saying the vast majority of them should, because the contemporary expatriate part of the 6th region diaspora is already represented in international forums, particularly within the AU through their home countries. That's the only proportional representation that I think is a real issue and that matters. So hopefully that's a sufficient kind of, okay, hopefully you can see the logic in that position.
I see the logic. It makes a lot of sense. We can fix anything that ain't how we really want it now later.
Yes. We don't want to lose this opportunity, especially during this year, to have official input in decision-making at the table. Okay, let me go to Chisomo.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask. I came in 30 minutes late, so I might be asking things that you've already explained. I just need to have an understanding of these structures and exactly what we're doing. So talking about ECOSOC, you did, I think I heard you say it's mainly an organization for CSOs, is that right? And that they're looking for one representation from the 6th region, which means all these agencies within the 6th region has to come up with some form of forum that then comes up with 20 delegates to represent at the ECOSOC. And then recently we had all these elections in the in 9 regions? I'm in the European one for the 6th region. So with all the organizations you've presented that are in the 6th region, where does this particular one that we held fit in? Because we're not constituted into anything. You explained that some of them didn't hold the elections. There perhaps maybe 2 that are remaining. I don't know. Like I said, I came in late. So where do we stand in this? Was this just a process? Is this particular, is this an agency? Is it going to be constituted? Or was it just a process to elect the coordinators who will, I don't know where they're going to fit in into the whole process. And then we have another community that's come from the 6th region, repatriated into the continent. Are these counting in the 6th region, or do they have a completely different structure that comes into ECOSOC? I'm just not clear with that one. And then you also mentioned that you sent out an email to a number of these organizations or agencies, and 2 of them rejected your invite. Were these 2 responding on behalf of organizations or just as individuals? Because I know one of them is a rep for ADDI. Amongst all these agencies, I think you represent some of them. If you can be explain a bit more so I can understand which ones you're representing. Is it ours or is it 2 others? I think I had 2 more others. Just to understand that bit. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's what I've got at the moment.
Okay, so yes, I did cover a bit of this already, but let me take a stab at it because it was a lot there. All right, so we had an elections process that started off as it was never intended to constitute yet another organization to represent the 6th region. It was never intended. And now you see why. Why would we form yet another organ to represent the 6th region when there are already so many doing it? So this is why I kept pushing back against all those people who wanted to run and jump and say, we need to constitute ourselves and make a formal structure. And I was like, no, that was never the assignment. And if you know what I know and what Brother Cliff knows, and you know about all these other organizations and their histories, you would understand the folly of that. Because that doesn't bring us into Ubuntu. That further divides us and factionalizes us. If you want unity, you would seek to go within one of those structures that already exist. But people didn't know about it because they were just coming into this. So originally, I kept emphasizing all we are supposed to do is hold an assembly hash it out amongst ourselves, and elect 20 representatives. We were well on the way of doing that with buy-in from all the different groups. And then we got hit with the cease and desist letter, and it fragmented. And as a result, now there are only 2 regions that had credible elections and are still holding a firm foundation that they are credibly elected, and we support them. That's 2 out of 9 regions. The other regions, some of them, like Central America, Canada, and Caribbean regions elections were nullified. Canada withdrew their elections, saying that it wasn't enough participation, and Central America have gone off on their own. Okay, so right now it's only 2 regions out of 9 that have elections that we can certify. Now, when we have this emergency meeting of the legacy and organization stakeholders, I will suggest and submit to them that we honor the United States and European region, and that all the other regions move forward. We do it again, but this time under a united banner, a united framework that would have a more credible election in those other 7 regions, and that those elected reps would join the reps from the United States and Europe as the 20 elected representatives for this first half of the year. Okay, so that's where we stand on that. I have already forgotten the rest of your points. You have to forgive me.
No, the rest of the questions were the repatriated community that has
yes,
gone back
okay.
into the continent.
Yeah. So again, they are still considered part of the 6th region. And those communities, we are preparing reports that report on their status, their case studies, and their recommendations for those communities. The first report has already been completed by the group led by Abena in Tanzania. She put out a questionnaire. There's case studies. Individuals have answered a series of questions detailing their individual experiences, and there's a 12-page report on the condition of the repatriated community, the kinds of problems they have, whether it's residence permits, permanent status, ID cards, work permits, and citizenships, and recommendations on what they want in legislations. We are using that as a model report for every AU member state, that we would say, look, one of the priorities that needs to be in all reparations discussions this year, right, is ameliorating these problems, citizenship and the smooth reintegration, so that those that are already there get what they need, and those that come after have it better. So that 6th region repatriated community is properly represented as well. So hopefully I answered the bulk of what you were asking, and you have my contact. So anything that I missed, send it to me directly, and I will give you, everybody knows me. I'm going to answer you on WhatsApp, and I'm going to give you not only my answer, I'm going to send you a link to something I already wrote that explains it in great detail.
You see the 2 WhatsApp groups that have appeared in the chat, which groups are these ones?
I'm not monitoring the chat right now. Right. So I can't answer that.
Okay.
But anything
Oh,
that I didn't answer, message me.
Right.
And I'll mention that the link in the chat is for the African Diaspora 6th Region Provisional Assembly WhatsApp group. That's the official WhatsApp group that we have. So that's what's in the chat. That's actually the only link that we have to the WhatsApp group.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Okay. So again, if you have anything else, just hit me up directly and I can make sure I thoroughly answer the question to your satisfaction. But I see there's other hands up. We've been on for some time now. We're heading into 3 hours. So let me give the floor to Coco Chacho. You have the floor.
Greetings, brother, and
Greetings.
greetings to all of you, brothers and sisters on the call tonight. Let me start first by thanking you and everyone who has put all their efforts, all their blood, sweats into this admirable journey. It's been a long journey. I can attest to that. Sister Chisomo has already covered some of the questions I wanted to ask, but like her, I was born in the continent of Africa. And I would like to say, we as Africans, we are quick to forget history. We are quick to forget history because our history is littered with instances of divisions, and those divisions have been catastrophic for us. They've been catastrophic because they have led us being successfully conquered, enslaved, or colonized, because we have not been able to stand by each other. And what you said there, what you detailed there, is an example of what the witness outside. So when you start talking about contemporary diaspora and historic diaspora, I begin to swim because I see again an example of division appearing. You understand? Because Sister Cecile said she went to Addis and she learned a lot by that journey. We come from Africa. We know that journey. We are here and we are not only fighting for ourselves, but we know your pain. We understand where you're coming from. We are here. We want to fight for you. We want to fight for all of us. We want to fight for a united Africa. Since we say travel opens the mind, we have traveled out of Africa. We know how our brothers and sisters live here. But if you start to classify people and say you belong to historic diaspora, you belong to contemporary diaspora, you are fighting people. It's not going to work. So I don't know. I would like you to rethink that strategy. You need to rethink that strategy. It's not going to help us. That's one of my questions. My second question is, you also keep referring to Ubuntu a lot in most of your talks. I admire that. I do. But I wonder if you really do understand what Ubuntu means. I wonder if you understand what that philosophy means. Because if you say Ubuntu, and then you come and talk about other people in their absence, then that's not protecting them under Ubuntu, is it? We need to start by introspecting ourselves, protecting each other. Then that way we will learn to unite. If we want to unite, then we have to embrace the true Ubuntu. I yield to my brother.
Okay. So let me respond quickly and then I'll take Brother Cliff. So two things. The African people who were trafficked as prisoners of war suffered a unique experience that no other human beings ever suffered. The transatlantic trafficking and being put in slave ships and being ripped from our families and our homeland, and then suffering ethnocide is something, fortunately, that our African brothers and sisters on the continent didn't suffer. those Africans that stayed on the continent and then migrated outside of the continent still retain primary ties to the continent. If we are one, if we are on the same team and we are all fighting, Ubuntu teaches us that not all of us are created equal. Just like we are not all equal in height, some are taller and some are shorter. We're not all equal in mathematical capacity. Some people can do geometry and calculus very easily, and others are doing dance and art. We're not created equal. Ubuntu teaches us that despite our different capacities, we all have equal claim to human dignity, to be treated with human dignity and respect. This is what Nyeri taught when he taught about Ubuntu. I say that to say that the Africans that migrated of their own free will need to be sensitive to the fact that the seats given to the diaspora are there so that those who have no other link or connection to the continent and to the AU can have that connection. If I am coming from my homeland in Accra or in Soweto or in Kinshasa, I am represented by one of the 5 regions in Africa. It is only those Africans who were trafficked as prisoners of war who have no connection. So it is entirely appropriate under the principle of Ubuntu to hold space, being sensitive to our claim to dignity within the African Union, to be represented. So what I am saying is not inconsistent with a deep philosophical understanding of Ubuntu, and neither is it divisive. It is only so by people who may not have that kind of perspective yet. We want to join and be members of the full African team, the 5 regions in Africa, and those of us that have no other connection. We need those 20 seats because there are 130 seats to represent all the other African people who have a connection. So let me land there, and I will go to Cliff, and then Keturah, and then to Chisoma. Brother Cliff?
All right, greetings. I'll be real quick. As one of the members of the diaspora who was born shorter, I will try to make my remarks as short as possible. With regard to questions of modern versus historic diaspora, if I recall correctly, and Professor Horn, whenever he is able to engage with this group, will be able to explain this perhaps a little bit better. I believe he was at one of the very first meetings of the new African Union, or at least before the African Union was formed. And I believe he said that Salim, who at the time might have been among the leaders in the African Union, had actually said that the African Union plan for the diaspora primarily was focused on the historic diaspora. That being said, SRDC has consistently tried to reach out to our continental African sisters and brothers who migrated here in the modern diaspora. So we have, as a policy of our organization, have not made a major distinction between the two. So that being said, I just wanted to reiterate that I look forward to when this final discussion is held, well, not final discussion, but this discussion is held between the different stakeholders as far as how we can unify behind the current short-term effort to establish at least a foothold, getting our foot in the door in the African Union. At the same time, we do recognize that it will be at some point necessary to engage in a deeper discussion about how this will move forward in the future, as far as how we will truly establish a more rigorous, robust process of establishing who represents us. Hopefully the other sub-regions, as we call them, of the 6th region will be able to come together and establish their representatives on the short term, and then discuss with us how to do it on the long term. Since I'm at my next meeting now, and I'm actually in the bathroom where my next meeting is, I'm going to bounce from here. But again, look forward to hearing whatever updates, whatever decisions are made, whatever meetings are scheduled, and SRDC absolutely looks forward to participating with all of these other organizations that are gathered here today. We've been trying to reach out to organizations for the longest time. Some of them have said yes, and some of them have just rebuffed us. And much as has been your experience, Brother Sifaway, there's some people who have embraced the opportunity to come together and discuss things, and others who said, no, this is mine, you go away. So we look forward to coming together with those who are willing to come together with us. And with that, I bid all of you good evening, and I look forward to hearing the developments. Peace.
Thank you, Brother Cliff. The SRDC Town Hall meeting process, which was the very first and original process back in 2006, is the model for what we're doing today. And to your point, and to Brother Coco's point, the campaign did not distinguish. The nominations and the whole process was open. It wasn't limited to the historic diaspora. It was open to anyone that fit the African Union's definition of the diaspora. So we respected that, and we left it to the people to decide whether or not they wanted to, the people would vote for who they felt would best represent the 6th region. Okay, Vice Prime Minister Katura.
Thank you so much, Sifaway. Just a contribution, perhaps for the next, if there is going to be another election process, I'm sure, because the other regions didn't vote. I don't know whether the whole process is going to go again, but if it does, it may be worth investigating an election nomination services and management company that can undertake that whole process. They will onboard all the candidates on a platform, an independent and unbiased and a neutral platform that can actually undertake the election process. And perhaps ECOSOC would be more comfortable knowing that an independent company has undertaken that whole process, and that it is actually open to the greater audience now that this this forum is now becoming more people becoming aware of it, that hopefully more the uptake that you are seeking, we can actually get the numbers in by utilizing an independent platform. So that's just a contribution to think about. And just in terms of your response to the brother who was that you had to make the statement that the African diaspora were ethnocide. Of course, typically through the Arab slave trade, Africans on the continent actually did experience ethnocide before we did. And I think, of course, that is something we need to bring to the reparations table, not to exclude the Arab slave trade from our mission and our deliberations. Thank you very much. That's my contribution.
Thank you, Vice Prime Minister. Your recommendation suggestion, I think, would be if we can convene this emergency legacy Ubuntu meeting with those organizations, I think that's the very kind of recommendation that if they agreed on, that would be a great way forward for the elections, that I think would handle a lot of the problems that were had in the first round. Your point about the ethnocide committed prior to the Dum Diversis War is well noted, but one of the things that we are continuously emphasizing is that from a legal perspective, right? Making the switch to understand we're talking about reparations for a declared war is why there's a distinction between sort of the European versus the Arab, right? There is an actual declared war by the European powers that allows us to make a legal claim. We are not seeking reparations for slavery because the opposition will argue that slavery has existed in all societies and it was legal. And they have continuously won that argument. So we have learned from that, and we're going to say, we're not going to keep coming with the same argument. We're coming with a new argument. We're not seeking reparations for slavery. We're seeking reparations for war damage. Here is the declared war. And so that will distinguish between those that were involved in the Dum Diversis War, which are European powers, versus the Arabs. Not that I don't agree that the Arab slave trade is important as well. Of course it is. But from a legal standpoint, they're separated. Okay, let's move on. Chisomo?
Okay. This is just an additional comment on what Brother Coco was saying. My ask is that whilst we understand that the sixth region is for all the African descendants that are outside the continent, but within that sixth region, there's so many different types of African diasporas, from historic asylum seekers, stateless people, voluntary and forced migrants. When we are doing these projects or groupings or setups or whatever structures we're trying to come up with in the sixth region, we have to consider that, which means whatever we're trying to achieve at the end of the exercise or the setup or the structures we're putting up, we have to be clear from the beginning which community are we targeting in the sixth region. Because if you mix them all up and then you start talking about a certain section of the community, then it confuses the community that shouldn't be there in the first place. So you need to be very clear at the beginning that this particular one is targeting this particular community in the sixth region. So if it's for historic African migrants, then it has to state that so that you don't waste time dealing with people who think they are part of it when they're not. So if it's repatriated communities, it has to specify. If it's for what the other lady just spoken about, the Arab side of things, we've got those in India or whatever, we've got, because forced migrants from Africa are still migrating to this day. So we still have different types of African diaspora within the sixth region, but we have to be specific in which one we're targeting, for which project, for which organization. I think the gentleman who spoke earlier said in their organization, they haven't made that distinction, but it's important to make that distinction so that we support each other more effectively. We learn from each other, we learn to support each other, we learn to accommodate each other without mixing things up or assuming that this is what we're doing only to find it's something else that we're doing. That's my input. Thanks.
Yes, thank you for that. That's a very important point. And interestingly, that is exactly how the sixth region has quite often felt in this AU sixth region development. Because when we hear African diaspora coming from African Union officials, we naturally tend to think that they're talking to us, the historic diaspora. And then we come to find out that quite often when they're using the term African diaspora, they're thinking about the migrated community or the continental community. They're not thinking. So sometimes we find out in the meeting, oh, wow, they're not really talking about us. That is how we have quite often felt. You have made a good point. Now, in terms of the election, since we knew the AU's definition, we had to run an election in compliance with the AU's definition, because if we didn't, that would give them ammunition to not recognize the election. And so their definition is any person of African origin living outside the continent who wish to help in the building of the African Union. So we in no way, we had to be conform to that, which is inclusive, right? And we trust that the voters themselves will be able to decide who is the best to represent them. So the campaign didn't, to Coco's point, we didn't make any distinction. It was open nominations. We let everybody kind of present themselves, and we trust the voters to make the best decision. But your point is well taken. This is why within the AU ECOSOC structure, they actually function on thematic commissions. So they target communities based on whether you're talking about agricultural stuff, or you're talking about science and technology stuff, or whether you're talking about health and maternity things. So they organize around thematics to deliver solutions in those areas. So that's one way to look about it. But I recognize what you're saying. I don't want to sit in a meeting of a diaspora.
Could it be that the Africa Union itself doesn't quite understand the sixth region, how it's made up, and who is who, and which communities are actually in the diaspora? Because
no, it's not that they don't understand. It's that different people in different states have a different understanding or a different expectation. The AU is not a monolithic thing, right? It is composed of 55 AU member states with different ideas, different organs and stuff like that. So they have a definition. The definition is inclusive of all these different groups. And so as a result, you're going to have these kinds of issues. This is one of the considerations that the AU ECOSOC officer said when I raised this very point with him. He said, Sipiwe, I think you're going to be pleased with what we have put in our diaspora framework, because we have addressed the very issue of the historic diaspora and what we call double dipping, which is, I would have to ask someone that was running to get one of these be elected, if they were from Nigeria or Ghana or Ethiopia or Eswatini or Chad or wherever, one of the questions I would ask them is, how do you justify taking a seat from someone from the historic diaspora who has no representation while you do through your home country? Either they're going to provide a compelling answer or not. If they do, and then enough people is like, yeah, that makes good sense, they will, and they're like, this is the most qualified person, they'll get voted. Otherwise, if they don't give a compelling answer, the voters may choose someone else. But I think that's a legitimate question to ask, which is, you left your home country for whatever reason, but you still have ties. You're part of the, Region 1 or Region 3. You're part of the North Africa region or the East Africa region or whatever. You are already a part of that, right? You have this group of African people who aren't, who desperately avoid.
But that's the issue. The migrants that have migrated from Africa to outside the continent are not within the 5 regions. They are in the 6th region. They are part of the 6th region. But within the 6th region, we then have these these sectors, these different communities. That's what the issue is. We are still the 6th region. We are not represented in the 5 regions.
But you have ties. You have
We have
family.
ties, but we're not part of those 5 regions. We are in the 6th region.
Right, but what I'm saying is I understand your point. You're in the 6th region, but you are in that 6th region with people who have no ties whatsoever.
That's right. So within that 6th region, we then ourselves needs to organize ourselves into those different sections, into those different communities. But otherwise, within the continent, those of us who migrated willingly are still not represented. Within, we're not. It looks like, it feels like, it should be, but we're not.
This is exactly what needs to be raised at the March 15th region, to say,
we're not.
Okay, yeah, but
some countries are good. People like Ethiopia. When you walk into the Ethiopian airport, you will see a big sign that says diaspora community, this and that. So, but not officially that the willingly migrated are represented within those regions. They will be represented in their own country, maybe, but even your own country won't recognize you. So there are so many issues within the 6th region that are not being addressed.
That is the reason for the March 15th meeting. This is for the AU officials to address and say, what do you have in your diaspora framework to resolve this? Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a great point. Yeah, it's a great point. In the same way, the historic diaspora has their issue that they're standing on. I see what you're saying, right? It's for AU. This is why we want to see what's in the diaspora framework. And if they don't show it to us, if you ask the question, maybe they will have to give an answer. Okay, let me go to, I see Portia has her hand up. We'll go to Portia next.
Thank you, Excellency Baleka. Please, and continued transparency, I was sleeping and then I have awoken. I have started my fasting, so I'm sleeping. So please, I ask that the recording be public, and I apologize for sleeping. Excellency Baleka, what I know is every time that I have talked with you, you give me that respect. And I want to give you respect now in how you have conducted this meeting. When the last meeting, when you came back with Queen Sister Cecile from Ethiopia, and this is a comment, and please just let me say this and then I'll close. I did not like that meeting. It felt constricted. The person couldn't speak like we're speaking now. The questions were monitored. Now, I know in these high-level meetings, they do that. They do that at UN, United Nations, African Union. And I even then protest them that the chat should be open, that the people should be able to speak. All this talk about people with the people, yet when the people want to speak, they're confined, it's monitored. So even UN now, and I'm coming to this point, please, even United Nations now, during COVID, they had access to the UN. They had all these meetings, people were able to get on Zoom, raise their hand, present themselves. But now the UN is saying, well, the interpreters are getting tired. So if you can't come to UN, if you can't afford it, then that is for you. So this meeting tonight, this is the Excellency Baleka that I like to see. I know we're age mates, but for some reason I feel I'm your elder by 2 months. You have listened, you have not been defensive. Even if you've disagreed, if people have overtalked, you have said, hey, can we take it offline? All of us have an area where we have to grow. Me, I'm hot-tempered. This is why I'm fasting, to get rid of that hot temper. Because when you're hot-tempered, you just mess up. And Excellency Baleka, your weakness is how you communicate to people.
You don't do it well. That is your weakness. And every person has a weakness or weaknesses. How you have conducted this meeting tonight, even though I was sleeping from the beginning and then I slept and now I can just feel the room. But that last meeting from Ethiopia, I felt the room. It was not like this one. It was not like this one. So what I'm saying to you as your elder is you keep doing this type of communication style. And if people want to reach out to you, you keep being open. Like you said to that brother who had all those questions, I'll take it offline. We'll talk. You are a leader. No one asked you to be a leader. You became the leader. So with that becomes accountability and responsibility. You won't sleep. You won't sleep. Not a leader, not a true leader. No way. A true leader will maybe get 1 hour of sleep. That is your sacrifice. That's what you signed up for. So you keep doing this communication style and you keep being held accountable when you make a mistake and you say, I apologize, and then you correct the behavior. And that, I'm telling you, is going to be good for you and the movement or the movements. And with that, I yield.
All right. I see one more hand up. It's Comrade Lukeman again. Comrade Lukeman,
Yeah, free the land.
by any means.
I was looking at it from a legal perspective, and that is, and you actually touched on it when you said that the AU defines African diaspora as people of African descent who live outside of Africa. And then she asked her question and she made her point that, you know, people who have migrated from Africa are actually not represented by Africa or have connections or strong voices for what's going on with them in the diaspora, and they're actually in the diaspora. But even though the AU Constitutive Act defines it as people living outside the African diaspora, you know, if you go by that definition, then those who immigrated from Africa or the modern diaspora, they would be considered part of the sixth region.
Yes.
But then the issue of double dipping, it could go both ways. The people who migrate outside of Africa, some of them will still have strong voices and connections, and they get to represent it through the member state in Africa, and then they'll get representation through the sixth region also. And then they can say, well, the same thing is happening to the repatriationists. They double dipping too. They still have connections with the countries from which they repatriated from, and can speak through them through the sixth region. In the new home country, the two new countries that they have repatriated to, they can speak through that also. So it plays both ways. But technically, I don't know if this definition, I gotta find a source because it's not saying it's in the Constitutive Act for that the African diaspora is
It came from an executive council decision focused exclusively on the question. It came, I believe, in 2004.
Okay, so as long as that stands, then they are part of the sixth region, right? And
yes, absolutely.
those who repatriate back to Africa are no longer part of the sixth region.
So, in theory, that's correct. But in practice, take the repatriates in Ethiopia, for example, that after 80 years don't have citizenship.
Well, if they don't have citizenship, that's a different issue from whether or not they're part of the African diaspora.
So what I'm saying is, if they don't have citizenship, even though they're living on the continent, they still don't have representation.
and that need to be fixed.
Yeah.
But that don't necessarily mean that they should be represented through the 6th region.
Well, again, this is a technical question that can
But so you're
be.
dealing with the issue of citizenship.
Hold on, I was just going to say this is a technical question that can be brought to ECOSOC, and they're going to say this is primarily one of the reasons why it's been so difficult to come up with a framework that is agreed upon by all 55 AU member states.
Okay, but then you got to look at, like in the EU, you have EU citizenship, and then you have citizenship in the home country, right? The people who migrate or repatriate back to Africa, they should work. There should be a continental citizenship for anybody. I mean, an AU citizenship around the world.
Yeah, you're talking about what should be. So you're talking
Down
about
the
something
road.
that doesn't. Hold
Down the road.
on, hold on. You're talking about. I'm talking about the realities. You're talking about aspirations and what should be. I agree with you. There should be a continental. Hold on. This is exactly the reason why, at the roundtable, we are going to be presenting reports on 6th region diaspora people who have moved to the continent, so that their status and experience can be part of the conversation. This is exactly the reason why. So it's not speculation. Here's the reality. In the 6th region has been invited to become a part of the continent. These people have taken the highest expression of that, have come to the continent, and yet they're not fully participating in the spirit of the Article 3Q amendment, right? So they're all very valid questions. That's why we're trying to have a task force specific to that. And to Chisomo's point, and also Comrade Coco's point, right? This may necessitate, and Cecile raised this once before when she had mentioned the fact that there may be need for a 7th region, because you have members of the African diaspora that were in the Americas before Columbus.
I see that mainly as a citizenship issue. That those countries that they repatriated with are not granting them full citizenship status.
There could be 7 and 8 regions of the African Union. And then there's a question of, do we really want to go down that path too? So they're all valid, legitimate questions, right? That we're not going to be able to answer tonight. So I hear you. You make a good point where you're saying, oh, well, it's in theory, the double dipping can work both ways. The actual repatriation reports will answer to that, whether that's a fact in reality right now. And the migrated diaspora has a legitimate issue before AU ECOSOC, which is to say, look, we're sensitive to the historic diaspora, but we live in the 6th region too. So you can't exclude us, but at the same time, we stand in solidarity with our historic diasporas. And so how do we work this out? Because you just said 20 seats for the diaspora. So maybe they do need to create a 7th region, or maybe there's something new in the diaspora framework. This is why we need to hear directly from AU ECOSOC, because at this point, all we can do is speculate. All we have is the definition and that Article 5, Section 3. Okay, Chisomo, go ahead. And then hold on. Chisomo, let me take Coco first, and then you, because I know Coco, he didn't get a chance to respond to what I had to say earlier.
One of the comrades, I've been missing my point. My tree keeps shutting off. I had to keep logging in, but I do need to ask a question though, comrade.
Okay, let's take Coco and then Chisomo, and then, sorry, brother, Comrade Akatundi. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. So we'll take Coco, Chisomo, and then Akatunde. And then after that, unless there's somebody who wants to speak who hasn't spoken, then at that point, we'll seal it up. Okay, Coco?
Thank you, comrade.
Yes.
Chisomo, thank you very much for pressing my point. It's clear, I'm sure you understand now, that having lived in the UK for more than 20 years, I don't see anyone in Lesotho representing me. I see someone here in this diaspora in the 6th region representing me. So that has to be clear. And I'm glad that we will have to raise that on the 15th of when we meet. To cut it short, you answered my question about Ubuntu, but in a very narrow version. But we'll talk about that bilaterally. I just want you to know that.
Good. I look forward to it. Good.
Yeah, because it's a very narrow definition which you have used, which is I am because we are. Ubuntu is more spiritual, more philosophical than that. It's more about what Sister Portia said about you, about the transparency. It's about the communality, our communalism as Africans. We are defined by our individualism, but also by our collectivism. Together, we create that Ubuntu. It's about communalism, about understanding each other. We define the society in which we live by the individuals who live in that society, and we start to have that empathy for one another. So it's something else which I'll invite you to a discussion about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Comrade Coco, and we will make time for that. I am more sensitive to the issue now that you raised it. I do have empathy, and I understand how you may feel that you don't get adequate representation from your ancestral homeland, and you are in fact living in the 6th region. So what is your place? That is very valid, and I appreciate you raising it, and Chisomo for elaborating on it. Okay, Chisomo. Chisomo, your hand is still up. Did you want to come in now? If not,
Oh,
I'll go to
sorry,
Comrade.
sorry, I had my mic muted.
Uh-huh.
What I was saying is that on the citizenship issue, the union, the Africa Union is very, very clear as to who an African migrant is. We did a project of which you were heading on defining an African diaspora. The report of which we've submitted but not yet published to the public. So the Africa Union says an African diaspora is anybody who lives outside the continent, whether you are a citizenship in any of the African countries or not, which means it includes every African descent who is out here with or without an African citizenship.
Yes.
Because they do recognize that there's a historic community. There are people who've migrated involuntary forced migrants, what we call forced migrants. And within the forced migrants includes the historic migrants and other forced migrants who are still being forced to this day. Within the continent itself are forced migrants who are migrating to other countries because of either war or whatever reason, and they end up in other African countries and they have no citizenship either. So there's so many people in the continent and outside the continent who have no citizenship. The way repatriates are treated when they get to Africa in terms of citizenship opportunities, in terms of the negative treatments, some are treated well and some are given the opportunities. But the way the diaspora, because to them, like Sister was saying that when she went to Ethiopia, people just thought she was an Ethiopian. So it starts with that. You walk in. So whether I walk in as an historic, whether I walk in as contemporary migrant, they don't care. You are a diaspora and they'll treat you the same. When you want to invest, when you want to do certain things, as far as they're concerned, you're from out there, and therefore you won't get the same treatment as a local person. Even the local people will treat you the same. We often hear African Americans saying, oh, they're calling me Mzungu, they did this, they're, charging me more. The same thing happens to us. The moment, even if I speak the local language, but because of the questions I'm asking, they know I'm not from there and they start treating me differently. The African Union has attempted to get the national states to try and accommodate us, but not many African countries will do that. That's why so many African countries won't even grant dual citizenship. It's for the same reason. Once you've left, obtained a citizenship elsewhere, they don't want to know. So that's my issue. So when you talk about because they've got no, repatriates have no citizenship, it's applying the same to the contemporary migrants. Thank you. So it's not a theoretical issue, it's a legal issue. It's in the Citizenship Acts of the countries, their constitutions. That's what it says.
May I add something there, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
That was something that we also saw when Sister Jasmine mentioned to ECOSOC 80 years Rasta been in Ethiopia and citizenship. And when one of the brothers explained that in order for you to be a citizen, you had both parents as citizens. And then when we went to the other workshop, and these were children of women who had been raped by Belgium soldiers and had these children. And we learned that in some of the African countries, that those children were not recognized as citizens either. So what you're saying, sister, is a real problem, right? And this is an issue that the African governments need to be more sensitive. Some of them, because of why some of the refugees or others have left, there may be some contention, you know, but these are issues. Everything that you're saying is legitimate. And I can understand migrants feeling very displaced because as we were listening to this group of people who are first generation, disconnect from their fathers and families and not being given citizenship, you know, it made me very sad for them. However, I had to say to them, well, just imagine how we feel with the whole, you know, generations of this, you know. So the issues of us as African people are very complex, and this is a good beginning. This conversation that we're having, the spirit in which we're all coming, we need to get to know each other, get to know each other's issues, so that we can support each other. So for the brother who said he spent 20 years in the UK and he's part of the diaspora, and I agree in what you're saying in the way you stated. And this is why we need to understand each other. We need to know each other's stories so that we can support you and you can support us. Your governments on the continent need to be giving you more support. That's what part of the issue is, right? That's what part of the issue is. And globally, none of us is getting true support from any of our governments. So now that we begin to understand each other, then we can support you and you can support us. That it's not an either or, it's a both and. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you for that. That was a great way to kind of address that issue. So thank you for your wisdom, Sister Cecile. Comrade Akutundi, and then Sister Uhura.
I'm sorry, comrades. I live a hectic life in the NBA, right, in the mass space area. But now, I step outside so the noise don't distract us. I already had like 2 questions now, cause I've been in between the Majid and everything. So, one, you said ESOP, ECOSOC. So do you consider this a 6th region more of an economic bloc than a political bloc?
No, it's a human block in a geographic location. The 6th region is people of African origin living outside the African continent. Economic activity is just one area or aspect of our human activity. So is politics, so is language and culture and all of those things. So I think it's best we take a holistic approach and understand that the African Union has 5 regions in its jurisdiction on the continent and then extends outside the continent to wherever African people are. So in this way, as we begin to internalize it, the sixth region allows Africa to extend its jurisdiction across the whole globe. And so you don't have to leave where you are to be part of Africa anymore.
It's called a law of nationality. But now, no, I'm saying, but this is no, I'm saying law because of law of race. But now, the reason I asked about the economic bloc versus the political bloc is because you described, because you went into the differentiation between civil society and interstate society or intergovernmental society. And so then you said one was more, and then you said one was that you were more of an economic group and less of a political group. This was the terminology you used there. So then I look at the word ecosoc and made me think about economic community. And as I said, are we more of an economic community, or are we principally economic, or are we principally political?
Okay, again, the sixth region is a concept that is akin to the other 5 regions in Africa. Within the African Union structure, you have various organs. You have the Peace and Security Mechanism. You have the Executive Council, which is comprised of the foreign ministers. You have the Assembly, which is the head of state. The Economic, Social, and Cultural Council is just one organ within the AU. It's an advisory organ. It's not a decision-making organ. It's an advisory organ. And its area of mandate are economic, social, and cultural issues. Now,
it's economic organized block. Yeah, okay. So that answers my question. I got that part. Now the second part is citizenship, because I heard somebody refer to citizenship, and now you talk about the law of nationality, where you could be, don't say who you are, no matter where you're at in the world. Which now we're talking about world citizenship. So so now when we talk about, I see me particularly, I represent a particular interest, Republic of New Africa, provisional government. I represent the New African people, the New African nation. And I have to admit that to most people that we are a unique contradiction inside this whole process, because we're even more particular than Jamaica and Haiti, who actually have their own national identities and revolutions and independence programs they have for themselves there. But the New African nation still has not had that. So, you know what I'm saying? My question is this. So with the Republic of New Africa and our citizenship, does the United Union recognize us? And does it recognize us as the, you know what I'm saying, representative of our people in this part of the sixth region?
No, we don't. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the PGRNA, who has met with the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Burkina Faso, who has met with the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Guinea-Bissau, who has met with African government officials, several of them, has gone to AU, right? We don't have formal diplomatic relations. So the answer to your question is no. Not only are we not recognized, we're not even known. They don't even know that we exist. They don't know our history. And in fact, a funny story was when I was introduced in one of these meetings as the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa, when they hear that, they think it's New Africa. They hear New Africa, they think it's some kind of new age organization.
On everything, little organization, the rest of the national, the states.
Yeah, they don't understand the history. Hold on, let me talk. They don't understand that a Declaration of Independence was given on March 31st, 1968, and that we were part of the OAU's African Liberation Committee, where we were once recognized as a legitimate liberation independence movement, just like ZANU-PF, just like PAIGC, and all of these others. They have forgotten that history, if they ever knew it at all. They have forgotten it. So the AU Sixth Region is a concept that says that Africa's jurisdiction is no longer confined to just the continent. Africa's jurisdiction now extends wherever there are African people. And wherever there are African people, there are both governments and states like Jamaica, like Haiti, and there are non-governmental civil society organizations, right? Like, name any of them. And so they all have a place within the sixth region concept. So that's my answer to that. And
now,
again,
last thing. Now that's the thing. So now this brings me to the proof with this. Now you with this. That's so now. Is it one of the principal features of the ECOSOC, the sixth region, to push, you know what I'm saying, the Republic of New Africa as a legitimate and recognized?
No. ECOSOC is not conscious or aware of Republic of New Africa, right?
No, is it on the agenda to make it known?
No, it's not. It's not. We don't have anybody in ECOSOC yet to put it on the agenda. That's what we're trying to do, is get representatives seated so that all the different issues that we in the diaspora have, including issues of sovereignty and self-determination and holding plebiscites, right? So that we can get recognition. All of those, all of those things can only be put on their agenda once we have people in there to put it on the agenda.
Okay, well, that's my position.
Yeah.
I'm with
Russ, I have the here in Jamaica. Can I say something, please?
Yeah. So, Comrade Akitundi, this conversation that me and you are having is more appropriate for me and you to do on our own, which I promised to do with you. Okay.
Free the land,
Ross
free the land,
IOV.
free the land.
Yeah, by any means necessary. So let's move. Ross IOV, did you want to take the floor?
Yes.
Before we
First,
seal
I
up,
just want to say greetings to everyone on the platform, and just want to commend you on the work that you all have been doing. Just want to ask, what are the plans in sensitizing the sixth region, so to speak, because I am sure that there are a lot of brothers and sisters who are concerned about the struggle, who have been a part of the struggle all of these years, decades, but knows little or nothing about what is taking place. It just happened us that I went on the CRO platform and saw that this was going to take place and joined. Otherwise, I would not have known that something like this is taking place. So again, I ask, what are the plans in sensitizing the Black community within the sixth region in order that they can support what is being done by this group and other groups? The other thing I heard mentioned, the brother spoke about different legacy organizations, for example, the EWF, the UNIA, and other organizations. But I didn't hear him I didn't hear he said anything about Rastafari, which anybody who knows Rastafari will know that repatriation, reparation, that is what Rastafari represents, the redemption, liberation of a people. So just wanted to bring that to the fore. But again, the concern of sensitizing, making the sixth region know about what is taking place from this organizational point of view. Very concerned about that. Give thanks.
Give thanks. And I didn't forget about you, Sister Uhura. I'll get you next. So, Ross IOV, to your first point, the plan for sensitization is this. It is for you to go and tell your families and friends in your community. It is for each person on this call to take the information, use all your social media networks and channels. The responsibility is on you to sensitize. This campaign doesn't have any...
I can see that. I can see that, and I would acknowledge that.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
This campaign doesn't have any funding. It doesn't have any great we don't have any TV or radio, but if you notice, I am constantly going on whatever platform invites me to talk about it. It's for each one of you to share those interviews, share those links, share the information. As Brother Cliff said, get off the online and go offline and physically stand on the corner or in your church or in your school group. It's on you to print out documents if necessary. The plan is for each one of us to do whatever it is that we can, that we feel compelled to do. Now, the main plan is as soon as AU ECOSOC comes with the flyer for the March 15th, is to take that flyer and spread it everywhere so that everybody will come and get the information straight from AU ECOSOC all at the same time. That is the plan, to take the March 15th meeting to get as many people to come. And then at that meeting, everybody here. And then if we decide in that meeting to set another meeting to go forward, right, then that's what it is. So that's the plan. Everybody
Okay.
has their Facebook, their WhatsApp, their social media. You have access to information. We just share it.
Well, I agree that each one of us, has that responsibility. I was just wondering and thinking if there was any approach by the group to really sensitizing the community outside of individuals, whether they had program, but just like you point out, you don't have a radio program and so on. But would lead me to the next question: what can be done by individuals or by in the group to achieve necessary funding in order to fulfill the work in a more effective way,
All right. So, for example, there are a number of things that don't cost anything. For example, you call your radio station and say, you should interview Sipiwe Baleko, or you should interview Cecile Johnson, or you should interview Representative Pamela, or Representative Antar, or Representative Tali, right? You can do that. It's whatever. Each one of us has to take ownership. And if we do that, the answers will come from inside you, what it is that you should be doing. In the same way that I don't wake up and somebody tells me what I should be doing. I wake up and I think, okay, what is it that I need to be doing to make this thing go forward? And then I spend the day doing that. So everybody has to take ownership and say, all right, there's a number of links, right? Just inviting me or any of the elected representatives on various platforms is a way to spread the information, because you do one interview, and if 100 people or 500 people or 1,000 people get to see it, then they get the information just like you got the information one way. So that's what we're doing is, so one person could say, all right, I'm just going to put together a list of different platforms and contacts and contact them and say, here's Sipiwe Baleka's information, interview him, or here's Sister Cecile's information. I don't know what each person's capacity is.
I'm disputing what you're saying. I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. All right, so thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did I answer your question, and did you have another one?
No, it just that the brother that mentioned about the different groups. But I didn't. For example, he mentioned about the UNIA, the EWF, CPAN, and so on. But I didn't hear him mention Rastafari.
Oh, yeah. Let me address that.
Rastafari is, you have Rastafari brethren and sisters who are part of EWF, who are part of UNIA, and so on. But for example, CRO, Caribbean Rastafari organization, that is basically based in the Eastern Caribbean and have been interacting with, on the continent, seriously from what I would say is from a Black liberation political point of view, so organization like those, and Bongo Wisely, the chairperson, he came on earlier. So I just wanted to point out that,
And let me do this. All of this started, when I say this AU 6th region work that I'm doing started from a meeting, actually started from a brother named Ras Zailan in Ethiopia, who brought me to Ethiopia and took me to get registered as a journalist for Rastafari Speaks newspaper. And I got my media credentials, which is what allowed me to be in the building at the African Union when the Article 3Q amendment was adopted. After that, I went back to the community in Shashamane to report what happened. And then the Rastafari community in Shashamane said, since you now have access, we want you to be our representative and submit this report on our demands, which I did. And this is what started this AU 6th region campaign. So I want to mention the Rastafari origins of this. Ever since that time, when the campaign started, after we signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the Western Hemisphere African Diaspora Network, which was the interface between the AU and the 6th region, the first place we went to was Jamaica, where we had the All Mansions meeting in Jamaica to update them on what is happening and to make sure that the Rastafari family worldwide was fully informed and involved in the process. The first person to be elected as a representative was Ross ESP McPherson, elective throne of the Ethiopian National Front, who has joined the ancestors. So I'm saying all of this to let you know that the origins of this came out of Rastafari. Now, at every moment since then, Rastafari people have been plugged into the information. Just like you have a number of Rastas on this call, in every campaign thing that we have been doing, there have been Rastafari people that have been involved, who are on my regular communications networks, who are getting all the information, whose responsibility it is to take it to Rastafari people. So I just want to reassure you that there's no lack of Rastafari representation in this, even though there may not be one in the same region, in the same way that the 6th region right now doesn't have one voice that you can point to and say, this is the unchallenged voice of the 6th region. It's the same thing for Rastafari, as you know. There have been efforts to have a Rastafari global government or Unity Council and all of that. But
yeah, I agree. I've been a part of that process right now. I mean, you know, we've been at it from 1987. I've been a part of the process from the EIUC to the RCO, the Rastafari Centralization Organization, to the RNC, and to the now the RMO Rastafari Mansion and Organization. You know, so I'm fully aware, and I know McPherson very well when he was at the university. So I know the works that has been doing, but I didn't know of that this consistency. And you know, I personally know enough what is going on now. Definitely will play my role in helping to carry out a sensitization program, which I think I have a lot of communication link that can help boost it. But again, just want to commend all of you who have been at it over these years. And just want to say continue. And I know the more people know, the more they will give support and be a part of what is going on.
Yes, I give thanks. All right.
Rastafari.
Sister Uhuru, and then Representative Pamela will seal it up for us. Sister Uhuru, your hand is down, but did you? Yes, give thanks.
Yes. Greetings, family. Trying to get a quiet place so I could talk for a second. So yeah, my comment is, I've been hearing us talk, and this is not the first time we talk about double dipping and who's getting what or who's not. And I don't know if this is coming out of a position of reparations and who gets what. But when I think how we should be thinking, if we're true revolutionists, about reparations, because it's not for us, it's for our ancestors who suffered so that we could be here. And all I feel that we think about is dollars, money, not about the things that they took from us, our dignity and our pride. Those are the things that we should be demanding that we want. So we don't forget nobody. I don't understand how people are thinking that, oh my God, I'm forgotten. Because if we're true revolutionaries and we want change, real change, no one's forgotten, because that's Ubuntu, right? So if this thing that we're doing here with the AU and ECOWAS, which I don't even know why we're putting so much energy into it anyways, since they don't even recognize us and they're planning to, this is their plot to keep us separated. When the thing happened in Burkina Faso and Mali, and they wanted to invade, what is it? Not, the country. They wanted to invade them. They wanted to send troops. So who are we? Why are we even aligning with them?
No,
Well, we haven't.
Don't confuse
No, because if we
ECOWAS
want,
with, hold on, don't confuse
okay,
ECOWAS with ECOSOC.
okay, they're different. But I'm
Yeah,
sure they're
those are
sort of part of the same thing.
two totally
Because
different
I
things.
looked at the AU's their agenda for the future, and they talk about strengthening the trades between the African states. No, we want a united African states, don't we?
Okay,
I would
hold
think
on.
no, because I say this to say that we need more than what we're talking about now. And I understand, because you said this to me before, that we need this for whatever legal battles. Fine. But what I'm saying in the end is that if we really, at this critical moment in time, want real change, want real revolution, we want to bamboozle the AU because they ain't doing what they're supposed to do. We want to tear down the ECOSOC because they're really not doing what they're supposed to do either. Because if they were, we won't be in this situation. We won't even be having this conversation. It would be done.
Okay.
Amen, sister.
Hold on, Sister Uhura. Listen.
Anyhow, but can I just say my one thing why I say all of this is because we do have an organization called not an organization, a movement called the PAFM for the unification of African states. And if we all concerned about what's going about each of us, we should all be joining the movement.
All right, Uhura, stop for a minute.
Thank you. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yes, stop for a minute. So full disclosure, I brought Uhura into the Pan-African. Hold on, comrade. Mute your phone. Mute your phone. Mute your phone, comrade Akitunde. All right. Sister Uhura, I'm fully aware of Pan-African Federalist movement, right? And because I brought you into that. I serve as head of communications for the Pan-African Federalist Movement. For those that don't know, that is the alternative to the African Union. For when people are so fed up with the African Union, if you feel that it is irrelevant and moving too slow, if you are more revolutionary spirit and you want to set up a united African states by 2030, there's an entire movement for that. Okay? This is the space for people who agree and who are willing to work within the AU structure. Okay? So this is for people who say, all right, this is an arena where I'm willing to go and battle. If this is not an arena that you don't feel is worth battling, then you don't be in this arena. You go to those other arenas. Okay? So right now, the African Union is an intergovernmental association that has 55 AU member states. that whether we like it or not, if you want to do anything on the continent, right, it's going to involve their legal jurisdiction. Okay? These member states have power on the continent, and this is the Intergovernmental Association where they all meet. So, some of the generals in the revolutionary movement have said, let's send a contingent into this arena to contest for power, while we send other battalions to other battlefronts to do other work. So we have to be clear on that. This is not a space for those revolutionaries on other battlefronts to come in and cross wires with those who are willing to work on this particular battlefront. That's all I'm saying. So it's not, go ahead.
I totally understand what you're saying. And I'm saying this to the group because I don't know if they know of the other organizations or movements that you're talking about. So I'm bringing it to their attention.
Yeah, but when you do that in this group, it doesn't facilitate the objectives of this group. It takes away from that.
Okay. All right. I can't say what I want, basically.
No, I know where you're coming from, Uhuru, but what I'm
you know what?
saying is,
I didn't, my intention wasn't to promote PAFM. That was not my intention. My intention was to say that if we want real change, no one is going to be left behind. If we're talking about organizing ourselves as people who've all suffered, whether they were on the continent or not, we all suffered, varying degrees, but we all suffered, and we still suffer at the hand of you know who, of YT. So why would we forget anyone?
I don't think we're not. Again, the AU structure.
No, I know. I'm not saying this
is,
for a response. It's rhetorical.
Okay.
To say that we should be, if this is what we are in our hearts, that no one is going to be left behind. That we have to remind people that we are here for everyone. Because as African people, as Black people, we've all suffered. No one's going to get left behind. Isn't that Ubuntu? Okay, so when we talk about Ubuntu, how are we not clear about what it really is?
Sister Uhura, exactly. The AU's plan for uniting us is to bring all the people on the African continent together with all the African people outside of the continent into one organized structure that has 6 regions. Right now, the 6th region is underdeveloped. We are trying, the AU wants to, it professes to want to leave nobody behind by making sure that the 6th region fully participates along with the other 5 regions. Within this movement, we want to maintain a high morale. We want to say that this is a worthy project. We want to maintain good morale and say it's worth fighting for the development of the 6th region. People that don't feel that way, okay, they are to go to another battlefront. But no one is saying that. I think we all understand the whole idea is, no, we don't want to leave anyone behind. And the 6th region has particular issues that need to be resolved primarily by AU ECOSOC, which is the reason for the March 15th town hall meeting. So everybody that's in this AU 6th region campaign, I'm saying, okay, here are the marching orders for that. Here's how we move forward on that to make that happen. And during this particular year, when they're going to talk about reparations, right now, if the diaspora isn't at the table, you can't have a credible conversation. So the only group being left behind in this particular conversation would be the diaspora if we don't fight to secure territory on this particular battlefront. So I'm just as passionate about more revolutionary action, right? but that's not what this forum is.
And mainly African Americans at the table, huh?
What's that, comrade?
I say mainly people African American slavery at the table.
I have a question, and it's a question on a position about the African Union and self-determination for the new African people nation in America.
Okay, wait a minute. I've already, hold on, brother, comrade, listen. It's already 2 a.m. in the morning here in Guinea-Bissau. I've already told you that your questions regarding New Africa and self-determination are more appropriate for me and you to discuss outside of this. So let's respect.
All right, comrade, I stand down. I yield, comrade.
Let's respect that, okay?
For your land,
we're now 4 hours. We want to try to wrap this up, right? And Representative Pamela, who put this together, has not really spoken. And we're going to give her the floor to kind of recenter us and take us out because she brought us in. So, Representative.
Pretty, before you let the decision come forward in the love of the divine creator. Me make a reference of letting I and I have a remember of our ancestors of the 1896 Battle of Ottawa, and many things come along and distract that discussion, but blessed love, give thanks.
I wanted to make sure the brother is done.
I got to sign out, comrades. I got to do some work. But thank you for letting me start. I'm signing out, though.
Where'd you say my purse was?
All right, I'll jump in real quick and then this has been a long meeting and thank you all for hanging in here with us. It's been a very productive meeting as well. The voice of the people must be heard and we must speak more frequently together. And I think we've done that tonight. So I just wanted to also bring to the table, as we're talking about leadership amongst the African diaspora and the leaders that will be at the table, as well, leadership who's working on behalf of the diaspora. I would be remiss if I did not mention Numi Kingdom, who is, a kingdom that was established in 202 BC in Africa. And through the transatlantic slave trade, migrated, of course, to the U.S. And we have a royal king from Africa of royalty here in America. And he was installed as a person who has a keen focus for the African diaspora. So with that, while we're working at the people level in the African Union, that is ultimately important because we have to follow the legal guidelines of what it is for us to connect as the diaspora, but also at the king level, king to king, Numi Kingdom is working from the top down. And any big problem where we have, a huge complicated solution that we have to come together and figure out, I think we have to look from the top down and bottom up. So I just wanted to make mention of Numi Kingdom because of the work that they are doing as well. And I do want to see them at the table of leadership as we continue to resolve this huge problem. And the number one thing we can do against all odds against us is against all things by design that have put us in these places of being broken is to heal externally and internally. We got to figure it out internally. That means us unifying. So that is ultimately what we've got to be sure that we put all efforts to do. So I just wanted to make mention of that, and I yield. Thank you, Sifiwe.
So tonight we had a 4-hour town hall meeting, which is absolutely fantastic. I think a lot of clarity, real proposals, a timetable, a calendar, a purpose. receipts, evidence that unity is at least being, a real Ubuntu unity is being sought. We, at this point, we are 10 days away from this historic meeting with AU ECOSOC. To hear directly from them how this is going to go forward from their perspective, so that we can decide what it is we as the sixth region need to do, all of us together. Historic diaspora, contemporary diaspora, indigenous African diaspora, all of us. What we do know is this: there is strength in unity, and unity does not mean uniformity, right? We can find a common purpose, one thing that we can agree on. And in this particular forum, the one thing that we agree on is, so long as the African Union exists, the diaspora should be included as full participants. And in order to get that, first we have to enter, and then we enlarge. We are at the stage, after 20 years, we are finally at the stage of entering. It may not be a perfect or the most graceful enter, but if we can all agree that having 20 representatives is better than having none, because I believe that there are qualified people in every region who can go and articulate, right, what it is that are the concerns of the diaspora. Not just reparations. Reparations just happens to be the main theme this year. So we've done good work to get to this point. It's a bumpy ride. We are still in the phase of hashing it out amongst ourselves. We have exposed, we have revealed who are the people truly seeking unity and who are the people rejecting it. How do we get these legacy organizations to demonstrate leadership by example and say, this is what all of us are going to agree to in this most important year? That's what I'm working on. That's what I hope all of us support. In whatever way, whatever connections you have, right, to promote that, go into full action to do that. Okay. This meeting is recorded. It will probably be shared. I will kind of publicize my little Sankofa Ubuntu program and say, all right, after the 15th, let's talk about this. And either that will be accepted and we move forward in unity, or somebody will come with a better plan. And if so, we use that and move forward, or we fail the test again. I don't think that we should fail. And now each one of us is responsible for this effort in some shape, form, or fashion. Each one of us is responsible to say, look, we still have a chance to have a significant impact in the first half of this year. We can go to these events with a united front. So with that, I want to thank everyone who has invested 4 hours, right, in listening, asking questions, engaging. We can continue to use the platform to share information. Let's talk about what we're doing more than what other people are doing. Let's talk about what we are doing. And finally, last thing, we have 300 completed plebiscite forms. I am halfway done with the analysis. I hope to have it finished tomorrow and make that available to everybody to look at and to really understand what the data is telling us. It's very important. So I want to thank everybody that's been promoting the plebiscite. Again, thank everybody that sent Sister Cecile and I on that mission who contributed money. Hopefully you feel that you got your values worth. We just, one of the elders told me that true leadership in this does not recognize despair. And with that kind of confidence, we're going to succeed, we're going to win, we're going to get to the African Renaissance in some shape, form, or fashion. And no matter what the challenge is, we just keep persistence, no matter what happens. And that made a huge impact on me, right? That no matter what happens in this campaign, the attacks, the frustration, there's no room for despair, and there is only moving forward one way or another. So we'll end with that. Abene, thank you. Abene Binhamne Yowule. Thank you, wise ancestors, for guiding us. Everybody knows you can ask questions on the platform. You know that if you message or call me, you're going to get me, right? So if you still have questions or things you want to discuss, just hit me up. I'll find the time to get you the information that you need. With that, thank you, Pamela, for all that you do in creating, promoting, facilitating, keeping the faith, holding the torch for us, fighting the good fight, being sort of this rock of stability for this campaign since you've been elected and have taken the responsibility to be a sanctuary for us and to run this WhatsApp group properly. So we thank you for all that you've done, and we'll see everybody on the 15th.
Amen, Pamela. Amen.
Amen.
Morocco
Ashe.
time.
Thank
Morocco.
you.
Let the ancestors and the powers of the ancient divine creator guide all I and I safely. And remember, we must keep our ancestors within our divine strength because Babylon's system is falling.
Yes, I am.
Amen.
All right. Abeni. Good
Peace and
night,
love, everyone. Peace and love.
Well done, everyone. Sis Iman, well done.
I will be closing out in 5, 4, 3.
Good night. Well done.
2, 1. Good night, everyone.